Greenberg was also involved in the development of the Colorado Water Plan and Colorado River Basin Water Policy, advocating for policies that keep water in agriculture. So without further ado, please welcome Commissioner Kate Greenberg.
All right. Can y'all hear me all right? Okay. I don't expect too much interaction because I know you are all eating and it's lunchtime. So I am grateful the River District put me on at lunch because it is a chance, as Marielle mentioned, to think about the farmers and ranchers who are behind the food we eat. I was mentioning the boxes of apples that are here for the conference. I know the various water community members have been distributing fruit throughout conference season this summer. So thank you for supporting our fruit farmers here in Colorado. I also want to say thank you for the district for the invitation to be with you all here today, and to Mesa University for hosting us in this beautiful space. I also want to acknowledge our Colorado Department of Ag staff who are here, who are really integral to this work that we do in support of water and agriculture. And of course to you all for being here, for the work that you do, for being part of the solutions that we are all building together for the challenges that we face today. As many of you know, and as many of you live, Colorado agriculture is broad and diverse. The Western Slope embodies just that. We've got cattle and sheep, Olathe sweet corn, Palisade and North Fork peaches, Dove Creek beans. We've got grapes, wineries, heritage apple trees that turn into cider and help revitalize rural main streets like in my home basin in the Southwest. We've got produce of all scales and types, farmers and ranchers who feed our local communities at home and abroad. And in this room and the communities that surround us where we are here today are the people who make sure we have access to food whenever we need it. As the pandemic has affected everything from harvest to shipping and so much more, the past 2.5 years have reminded us that the availability of fresh, local food is something we cannot take for granted. But the people who grow and raise our food know that they are essential to our communities, not just for survival, but also so that we can thrive. I travel across Colorado for my work. It's a very privileged part of my job as commissioner. And as I talk to farmers and ranchers across the state who are leading in stewardship and conservation, they are doing so by integrating both new and time-proven practices into a more holistic picture of adaptive agriculture, an agriculture that is meeting the moment and the future while continuing to grow and raise food for our communities. Across Colorado, across the Western Slope, and of course across the entire Colorado River Basin, farmers and ranchers are actually on the front lines of what we are facing. We can sit inside in rooms that are comfortable and talk about the policy issues we face, but farmers and ranchers will leave here today and go deal with the real tangible challenges of water scarcity out in the field. Of course, here in the Upper Basin, in Colorado in particular, as you all well know, we are dependent on snowpack, on hydrology, and we have had to deal with that reality for as long as we've existed. Our farmers and ranchers continue to adapt to that reality here today. We know that the drought we're in is highly unusual. We are seeing aridification across the West and climate change driving those factors. We know that is true not just for us, but of course for all of our neighbor states. As was mentioned in my intro, I've lived here in the Upper Basin at the headwaters, and I've lived in Mexico where the river ends. So I understand the challenges we face not just as a single state, but as a region. But while we tackle all these challenges together, I can say that the farmers and ranchers here in Colorado are taking a proactive stance to the challenges we face. And that is our goal here at the Colorado Department of Ag, is to support our ag producers in building resilience and profitability to the biggest challenges before us. You know, today there are so many ways for people to get involved in agriculture. Of course, there are multi-generational farms and ranches which face their own challenges around succession. There are first-generation farmers and ranchers, people new to this country who might have a deep legacy in agriculture. And as with the land, so with our communities, we have strength in our diversity. And no matter how someone gets into agriculture, I believe we all share similar goals. One of those primary goals is to set our future generations up for success. All of this is why I so firmly believe that we cannot tackle the problems we face without the leadership of farmers and ranchers. At the Colorado Department of Ag, we focus every day on supporting our ag community in various ways across our department of more than 300 staff statewide. But we are also building for the future to make sure Colorado Ag has the resources it needs to continue being vibrant, productive, and a driver of production agriculture and ecosystem resilience. With that, we have three main goals that we have focused on for the last 3.5 years of my time here. And these continue to be our guiding light for where we put our energy and our focus. Our top three goals are building economic resilience for our agricultural communities. For us, that's primarily through market diversification and creating new market opportunities. The second is advancing voluntary stewardship, really focused, of course, on soil, water, climate, where they all come together, and how they work for individual farmers and ranchers. And lastly, the third big one is supporting future generations. Now, I want to start with voluntary stewardship, tying into maybe the reason we are all here today is around our natural resources. CDA, Colorado Department of Ag, has been working to support producers across Colorado as they prepare for and mitigate the effects of drought, climate change, and aridification. Over the past 2 legislative sessions here in Colorado, we have received nearly $100 million for agriculture through the Department of Ag. That's for everything from drought relief to local food promotion and innovative farm and ranch financing. Last year, we also created the Agricultural Drought and Climate Resilience Office at CDA. This office is driving our policy work and capacity building around resilience in a way that is farmer and rancher-led. We have funded more than $1.9 million in drought mitigation and preparedness projects across the state in the last 18 months. And while continuing to do the difficult work of establishing and building voluntary water conservation programs, much like is on the agenda during this seminar, one thing I am particularly proud of is the launch of Colorado's first ever soil health program. We've long talked about the connection between soil and water. That connection is something farmers and ranchers know very well and live every day. We've been building this program with farmers and ranchers at the helm since 2019. Last session in 2021, the legislature codified this program in statute. Our current program is called Saving Tomorrow's Agricultural Resources, or STAR. Through our STAR program, CDA works with conservation districts, we have 74 across the state, and producers to provide financial and technical assistance as these producers and districts gain familiarity and expertise with new practices or to support ones they've already invested in, with all those practices and support leading toward greater soil health and related outcomes. We have a number of West Slope producers and conservation districts who are participating with us in this season's pilot. And in fact, we have 17 conservation districts across the state and 130 producers who have joined us in this pilot. Almost 100 years ago, our conservation districts were formed to tackle one of the nation's largest environmental challenges around the Dust Bowl. Today, they are serving a renewed purpose in advancing farmer and rancher-led conservation around climate and drought. Up until this week, for our STAR program, our soil health program, we had secured more than $5.4 million, which was a pretty big deal for our small little agency. And this was to help producers directly offset the cost of implementing new water and energy efficiency systems, testing new cropping methods and practices, reducing overhead, improving yields, and doing the data and monitoring to show us if we're heading in the right direction. But I'm excited to announce that just 2 days ago, CDA was awarded one of the 70 Climate Smart Commodity Program grants from the USDA, which means we will receive up to $25 million to expand our STAR program, not only here in Colorado, but across the Intermountain West. This program was built from the vision of an Illinois conservation district. We had to adapt that vision to Colorado's climate and soil and agriculture. We're also going to be working with that conservation district in Illinois to scale up this model nationwide. So this work puts Colorado on the map for a leader in our agriculture, in our climate smart agriculture, and in the way that we do business for the future. In addition to this, of course, soil is so important to us as it grows the food that we eat every day. We also know that our basins are struggling. That's the last thing I need to say to this crowd. But here in Colorado, we do have 2 groundwater dependent basins who are struggling in specific ways. Last year, we teamed up with the Colorado Water Conservation Board and the legislature, and were successful in getting $60 million to these 2 groundwater-dependent basins for voluntary conservation. They are working on solutions to their groundwater challenges from a local, directed level, with support from the state, but led by the people who live it every day, and that's part of our philosophy at CDA. So these are just a few examples of how Colorado agriculture is taking a proactive position on today's biggest challenges. Now I've got 2 more of our goals to cover, and then we're going to get to some great conversation. But I can't talk about all of this without talking about what we're doing for future generations. As we face a drier future, it's critical that we continue to support young people in agriculture. This work is obviously near and dear to me as a once young farmer and someone who worked through 2 farm bills trying to move the needle on policies that would help more young people thrive in agriculture. And no matter what county or zip code folks live in, young people understand that climate change and drought is part of our new reality, and we need to act today to protect our resources for the future. In the last 3 years at CDA, we have created a STEM program with our labs in Broomfield for middle and high school students to learn about the science of food safety, animal health, and consumer protection, knowing that not all jobs in agriculture are in the field, but we need people across the industry. We've expanded our paid apprenticeship program through the Ag Workforce Development Program, supporting approximately 20 apprentices a year since the program was founded in 2018. We also created a paid internship program within CDA for young people to learn what we do at the department. In addition to that, moving up sort of the career ladder, we are initiating our first loans through our brand new $30 million revolving loan fund. This means we can now do innovative financing for young people and underserved farmers and ranchers who do not currently have access to land, and support them in gaining that access so they can farm, ranch, and be part of the conservation work that is upon us. We are also getting ready to announce another new program, the Next Gen Ag Leadership Grant, that will provide scholarships and funding to young people to expand their leadership and education in agriculture. While farming and ranching are the backbone of agriculture, as I mentioned, our food systems are complex and they're changing, and we need people in all sorts of positions to help us build more resilient and more profitable food systems. Still, drought, climate, the various challenges we face around water scarcity will continue to be present, not just for us, but particularly for future generations. Our farmers and ranchers here on the West Slope, whether it's Mesa County or beyond, feel that every single day. I believe Colorado producers are truly leading on the issues that we face, both here at home in Colorado and across the Colorado River Basin. As we talk about how to continue our collaboration across states, across upper and lower basin, between countries, with tribes, between local, state, and federal partners, we should always remember that there are shared values that we have, and it's so great we get to share those over a meal. We care about working lands, about the health of our communities, our rural economies, about space for wildlife and for animals to move, for protecting our natural resources for ourselves and for the future, and of course, eating. Agriculture is essential to all of those. Now lastly, I want to talk about markets and business opportunities for farmers and ranchers, because without that, we don't have an ag economy. So while we know we have been through challenging times through the pandemic, now with climate change and the challenges we face across the Colorado River Basin, we are also looking for new opportunities that we can take advantage of for our producers, both present and future. We are cultivating new market partners who are aligned with us on promoting incentive-based voluntary practices. Over the next year, we have the goal of recruiting at least 10 new market partners who will pay farmers and ranchers in our STAR program for their stewardship. It's my philosophy that departments like ours should provide initial support in this work, help absorb some of the financial, technical, and social risk of change, but then let the market come into play with resources for producers, real economy around regeneration, resilience, and profitability. We also recently partnered with an organization called Zero Foodprint. Zero Foodprint provides options for consumers at restaurants to pay into a fund that supports farmers and ranchers that feed them. We are really excited to expand this work, supporting, again, our STAR participants as we scale up this work with this new funding. It also shows our commitment to building alliances across sectors with consumers, with restaurants, with businesses, with our communities. Whether or not folks have a direct connection to agriculture, we want Colorado agriculture to be the place where everyone is welcome. We have also expanded our marketing, our Colorado Proud promotion of Colorado products, grown, raised, and processed here in the state. We're taking our international marketing to new levels, and we even did that throughout the pandemic, making sure our businesses here have markets at home and abroad. And we are also making historic investments in local and regional processing to give our producers more choice in where they sell their products. Now, in closing, we know there is plenty of uncertainty for all of us, and in particular for agricultural producers. We feel strongly at CDA that working together on areas where we do have control, where we can collaborate, where we can win for each other and work for each other, is critical for this work moving forward. So where do I see more opportunities for West Slope Ag? It's really in all of the above. It's in stewardship and in regenerative practices that are evolving based on the leadership of farmers and ranchers. It's in young people. It's in future generations. It's in new and emerging markets that pay farmers and ranchers fair prices. It's in the heart of our communities especially here in rural Colorado, that know and love agriculture, that understand agriculture's inherent ability to adapt to the future. And that is precisely what we are doing here in Colorado. Thank you all so much.
Thank you, Kate. Really appreciate your insight and your thoughts, and looking forward to following up with a conversation. For those of you that don't know me, my name is Zane Kessler. I am our Director of Government Relations at the Colorado River District, and I get to work with Kate and her team at the state, along with our municipal and federal partners as well. I'm going to introduce a couple of panelists who are going to join us here on the stage. Lowell King, along with several family members, farms 900 acres of hay, corn, small grain, and cover crops here in the Grand Valley, just north of Fruita. The 6 soil health principles are applied on every acre, which includes no-till, cover crops, and livestock integration. He is a partner in Lifetime Ag, which sells cover crop seed and no-till farm equipment. Join us if you would, Lowell. Our second panelist who's going to engage in a conversation with Kate and myself and Lowell is Janie Van Winkle. Many of you know her from her time here in the Valley. Janie's a lifelong beef producer here on the Western Slope. Janie and her husband Howard currently own and manage about 550 head of cattle here in Mesa County. She's past president of Colorado Cattlemen's Association, has been a close partner of the River District, and many of you I know as well. So please join us, Janie, and we'll get started. Well, take a seat here, folks, and I'll just establish a few ground rules. You can't throw anything at the moderator. I encourage candor, and I really want to, we've heard a lot today about what's going on the Colorado River as a whole and how that's impacting negotiations between states, the crashing hydrology, what a hotter, drier future might look like on the big river. I'd like to take some time right now just to bring it back home to the Western Slope. And I'll say one more thing and then I'll shut up. But I see one of the roles that the River District plays here on the Western Slope, and especially in my area of policy, as bringing folks together, making sure that our government representatives and departments are working for our producers and with our producers and our water users here on the Western Slope. And I think you'll see a little bit of a theme this afternoon with our federal panel as well. And it's really just about bringing folks together to have a conversation, because as you've heard earlier, we do better when we're working together and we're candid with each other. So with that, I'm going to start with a softball and ask Janie and Lowell to introduce themselves. And just to get us started, tell us a little bit about your operations and specifically your connection to the Colorado River. When we're done with that, we'll get into some of the harder stuff. So, Janie?
Thank you, and thanks for having us here today. Appreciate it very much. I'm a fourth-generation producer here in Western Colorado, but I'd like to point out that we did not have the benefit of intergenerational transfer of land and assets, just determination and knowledge. That was what was passed from my great-grandparents on down. We own and manage about 500 to 600 head of cows here. It's depending upon drought conditions as to how many cattle we have, the number fluctuates. We're a conventional producer that puts animals into the regular supply chain, as well as we have a very thriving local program with our ground beef. And we also have a really strong partnership with the Food Bank of the Rockies. We've sold about 50,000 pounds of ground beef to the Food Bank of the Rockies at a discounted rate since the first of the year. We have some irrigated farm here in the valley, so certainly that water comes from the river, but we also have ranches out at Whitewater where the water comes off the top. It's stored on some smaller reservoirs up on the top of Grand Mesa. And of course, we depend on the rain and the snow for our rangeland production.
So, hi, I'm Lowell King, privileged to be here today, and I'm inspired to see so many people that are interested in our water. So I farm, as was introduced already, north of Fruita. My brother and brother-in-law and a few other guys kind of help us part-time, and we raise crops and run cattle. In our situation, the water is very important to us because every acre that we farm and produce crops off of needs to be irrigated, and so we are pulling water directly out of the canal systems that come out of the Colorado River. In the summer, we run our cows on the Grand Mesa on a forest permit, and then over winter we graze our cattle on our corn crop residue, cover crops, hay fields, whatnot, to have the impact of cattle on our soils. And I have the unique opportunity to my ancestors were farmers as long as I've studied back when they came from Germany, but I am a first-generation farmer in the Grand Valley. I grew up on a dairy farm in Pennsylvania, and we produced some extra hay and sold to other dairies. And we had contact from the Grand Valley here to ship hay from the Grand Valley to Pennsylvania to supply some of our customers there. And I thought, it would really be nice to live where it didn't rain every 3 days, and you could make nice hay like this. And so in the process of time, the opportunity came up for me to work for a custom farmer, and I got started that way. In 2005, I moved to the Grand Valley, and then since we've bought some of our own farmland and lease and farm rented properties as well. Interesting enough, the conversation wasn't going on much about water and drought, and ironically, here we are. It doesn't rain as much here, but we've got a little different problem that I wasn't aware of. But I also believe that gives us a good perspective on a dairy. When you're working that closely with cattle to get them to perform peak production every day, you look at the small details. You look for solutions, simple solutions, and adapt to what you need to do. And so, in this area in farming, we've shifted from conventional single crop a year, high tillage and fallow and cows in a feedlot, to no-till and cover crops and keeping the soil covered, cattle on our fields, improving soil health, and it's a really fun and profitable way to divert less water.
Thanks, Lowell. Kate, I'm going to dish to you and ask, it's clear, I'm going to state the obvious. Many of the challenges that our producers on the western slope face are directly tied to hydrology. You touched a little bit on the STAR program and some of the work that your department is doing. But can you talk a little bit more about, what is the vision? What is the Department of Ag in Colorado planning for assisting our producers in what is certain to be a hotter, drier future that comes almost undoubtedly with less water?
Yeah, absolutely. Thanks, Zane. So, I kind of mentioned some of the things we're working on, but I guess stepping back in terms of my philosophy and how I'm thinking about our work for the future through the Colorado Department of Ag is really how can we make sure that the investments we make today are going to be relevant in 10, 20, 30 years, not necessarily knowing what those needs are going to be. But for example, before last year when we created our Ag Drought and Climate Resilience Office, we didn't have the word climate in our statutes. So we had no official authorization to support producers in building climate resilience. That's something we've heard from across the state. Whether we use the word climate or not doesn't matter. Things are changing and producers are adapting. So how can we provide the resources to help in whatever transition farmers and ranchers are needing to go through? The other piece of that I mentioned in my talk is I really see our department as an entity that can help absorb risk for producers. And I mentioned financial risk, the risk if you're trying something new. Lowell, I'm imagining that you had some financial inputs and risk when you made the transition and how you practice your operation. We want to help absorb some of that. So that's why we go out looking for grants, advocating with the legislature, educating the legislature. My first year here, we asked for $100,000 in soil health resources and we were denied. So we've come a long way. But that's part of it. Technical risk. So building technical assistance networks with CSU, with NRCS, with great state, local, federal partners. Also our work with tribes is expanding. I'm really excited about that and learning from those relationships. And then the social risk. I think a number of you in this room, who I won't name names, but there are some incredible innovators here on stage with two of them as well, who are really thinking about new ways of doing business. And it's risky to be the first one in your community to do that. So how can we help absorb that risk and really elevate the good work that's going on when people are trying new things? So that's a little bit about how we're thinking about this work. Our Drought and Climate Resilience Office is part of that. Our soil health program is part of that, building sort of our policy muscle around the future of ag, but making sure that we're always calibrating with what our ag communities and ag producers need. I never doubt that Zane or Janie will tell me when we're not on track, and I appreciate that. So we are always iterating and trying to make sure we're ground truthing as we build.
Thanks, that's super helpful. Janie and Lowell, speaking of risk and all of what we heard this morning about hydrology on the Big River, what are some of the risks that you all perceive to your specific operations if we continue to see less and less water in this river, if there are shortages and Colorado is forced into a position of having to give something up? How does that impact your business, if at all?
Well, as I mentioned, I believe in problem solving, and so that would be a problem that needs solved. We currently we are voluntarily making the changes we've made to reduce our diversion of water, and what we're finding with the practices we're doing with soil health, the economics are actually becoming better. So my concern with this, and a lot of we can discuss and we can talk and we can write things up and all these other things. We need to get out there with our irrigating boots on and make these changes happen or make a difference. And it reminds me of a bunch of fifth graders sometimes at the drinking fountain, and we all want to take a drink, but we spend so much time pushing each other away and splashing water on the floor that none of us get the amount of drink we need. And so my concern, and it came up a few times this morning, Patrick especially, I very much agree with his take on it. We've all got to do our part, and we simply need to. My concern, or in where some of this has gone, or I feel like could go, is that we're going to procrastinate and wait around to the point that we look back and say, well, why didn't we at this point make a difference? Why didn't we each do our part instead of, just saying, well, it's somebody else's problem to take care of?
So from our perspective, as less water is available and there's less farming, if we go to a situation with demand management and there's some properties that are left fallow and things like that, it's really simple from the cow side, and that is the cost of feed is going to increase. It's simple supply and demand. And feed is our biggest input. We farm some, but we don't claim to be farmers. We don't like to farm. We'd much rather be taking care of the cattle. And so that we are dependent upon the farmers here in the farmland. And so that, as that water is reduced, that's certainly going to be the biggest impact to us directly at Van Winkle Ranch.
Thank you. I'm going to shift gears a little bit. I was told we needed to tug on people's heartstrings a bit. So you both have the next generation on your operations with you, varying ages. I assume Lowell's are younger. Talk to us about the viability of your operations for them, and tell us about working alongside your kids. But it's really the next generation that is going to have a lot of these challenges even more front and center for them than for us. How do we ensure that ranching on the Western Slope is viable for your son, Janie, or that your operation that you're building here is viable for your kids, Lowell?
So our son returned from college in the spring of 21. He's now home with a wife and a baby and very much a part of our operation and intends to make this his life's work. But I guess my first answer to that question is I would ask the policymakers and the voters to do no harm. That's the first answer to that question. My second answer is for consumers and policymakers to ask producers the questions that they have. Don't depend on some documentary that you saw when you were a sophomore in high school about food production and make decisions and make policies based on obviously biased information. Go talk to the people who have dirt under their fingernails, and if you look closely, I have plenty. But go talk to the people doing the work, and I'm kind of reminded about the ag labor law that the legislature passed last year. And when you go and talk to the people who are doing the work that this law was intended to protect, they said the same thing. Just leave us alone, let us do the job, let us do the work. We are taken care of. There are instances of bad actors, absolutely, but the bulk of the people are not happy with this new legislation, whether you're an employer or an employee. And that was a perfect example of not going and asking the people on the ground. It's very discouraging I think for these young folks. I look at my son who's 24 years old. It's very discouraging when you continue to hear about all the bad that's about agriculture. And we forget that the reason we're producing food is so that people can eat. That's the reason, that's the why of agriculture. We definitely have to look at the how. But when we continue to hear these issues and be beat up over and over, and some of it's for old issues that we've changed those practices. We're now looking at things through a new lens, as Lowell is talking about. And to continue to be beat up for that, that's just very, very discouraging. They put their heart and soul into this work. And I would ask that you ensure and demand from your elected officials and your policymakers, whether it's around water, whether it's around animal care, whether it's around resource stewardship, that your elected officials are asking the people who are doing the work, do we need any changes? And if not, then just leave us alone.
Lowell, you want to follow up on that?
Sure, leave me alone.
Speaking of viability of ag for the next generation, Kate, you think about the price of land is going up, the amount of water is going down. How do we approach this? How is your department approaching these problems to ensure that there is land and water available for the next generation, but also new and beginning farmers. I know in my area of the Western Slope, most of the new farmers are priced out and have had to move elsewhere. What are you guys doing to try to, what's your vision for approaching those issues as prices increase, the availability of the resource decreases? Talk to us a bit about that.
Well, my head goes well beyond what the Department of Ag is able to do as a single agency, for one. So I'll kind of speak maybe with less of my commissioner hat on and more of kind of the policy work I've done for the last decade on this issue. I mean, we were struggling with land access for beginning farmers long before COVID and what COVID and the last couple of years have done to the market. And now it's a whole new era. I mean, it's not just pricing out farmers and ranchers, it's pricing out everybody, just about. But that combined with what you mentioned around water, is sort of a perfect storm right now and keeping people out of the business. And then, of course, the question of succession, as I mentioned earlier, is not an easy one either. First-generation producers have plenty of difficulties, but so do sixth-generation producers, especially when there are lots of siblings and cousins involved in decision-making. So no matter how you see it, land access is critical. It's probably one of the most difficult issues for many people. Certainly when I was with Young Farmers, we would survey young producers nationwide, and land access through and through was always the #1 barrier. So tackling this has got to be multi-pronged. It's got to be across state, local, federal entities. A lot of it here in Colorado, of course, comes to local issues of local control around how zoning works in different communities. But it's much bigger than that. I mean, we're talking, market forces at play that are well beyond a single agency, single entity. There are I think our toolkit is expanding. The land conservation community has started to grow into an agricultural conservation community. It's certainly something we see here in Colorado. Cattlemen's Ag Land Trust is a great example of that. Cattlemen's, I think 25 years ago or even a little bit more, recognized that without a concerted effort to conserve working lands, we were going to lose them. We've seen that across different land trusts, but that's still just a bite out of the apple, a slice of the pie. We also get a lot of data from American Farmland Trust about the rate of farmland conversion out of agriculture. Colorado's Front Range is among the top regions for loss of farmland. So the issue is immense. Water is only adding to the pressures. Our financing tool is a small drop in the bucket, but we're actually finally able to do financing. We're partnering with First Southwest Bank, who's the lender doing all the loan servicing. We're looking to finance people who don't have a foot in the door in a conventional lending space and trying to get them borrow ready and get them sort of built up into a more of a conventional space. But that said, it's still the price tag that's really the bottom line.
Thank you, Kate. You mentioned COVID, and I think for myself, in watching the policy space and watching our response to once-in-a-generation challenge such as the pandemic, food security was mentioned a lot. And I'd like to talk a little bit about, obviously, I mean, it is obvious that the two of you and the rest of the producers in this room are contributing to our food security. But I'll start with you all. What do you think, where are the investments that need to be made in order to strengthen our food security on the Western Slope, especially as we consider many of the big river challenges and the potential that, not picking on IID or others, but that we may have less production in the lower basin in a hotter, drier future? What do we need to do? Where are the investments that need to be made to help strengthen our local food security here on the Western Slope?
Well, I look at food security from a couple of different lenses. We are a commercial, conventional producer, and as I said, our cattle go into the food supply chain, and that's really important to me. I want to know that the single mom that I see standing in line at Walmart with 3 kids, wondering how she's going to keep a roof over her head next month, how can she afford my product? And the only way that can happen is through the conventional supply chain. On the flip side of that, we have a very thriving ground beef business where we are taking our cull cows, feeding them grain for a certain amount of time, and then selling it direct to people right here in the Grand Valley. And so I think that it's really important that we have the local food piece as well as the conventional piece so that we can feed everybody. But I also know that through my ground beef program, I've been in some of the multi-million-dollar homes here in the Grand Valley, and I've frequented some of the trailer parks where the mom keeps an envelope that says Van Winkle Ranch ground beef, and she puts $5 into it every week so that she can afford to buy our product. So I think that it's not an either or. I think it has to be and some producers can do both, or there's some producers very targeted to do local food, and there's some producers very targeted to support the supply chain. So my very loud and clear message is to our policy makers that we need to support both. It does not need to be one or the other. One is not better, one is not worse. We need both to feed the 9 billion people that will be on this planet by 2050.
Yeah, I would just second that. It seems like so many times on some of these hot button issues, it's one or the other. And again, I would say that it's very much both. We can't, it's interesting how some of the labeling that's going on with local, and as soon as it says local on a package, then it means it's good. Well, how do you know your local neighbor isn't using worse practices than someone clear across the country? So don't be fooled by that kind of stuff. I do believe that we should work more to get more local than ag has been. And we're doing that with somewhat similar situation Van Winkle's do, where we, in our case, we're not using any grain to fatten beef. We're doing direct market grass finished beef, where we grow diverse cover crops, and then we take our fats, 2-year-old fats, and finish them out on the diverse cover crops, so they're then sold as grass finished beef. However, is it a better product than Janie does? No. It's just if you want grass finish, here it is.
Kate, food security?
Well, ditto, echo that, absolutely. Excuse me, and another part that we are focusing on now is, I think the stat during COVID, food insecurity, families who sort of self-reported as food insecure under certain different parameters, I think it was about 1 in 10 families before the pandemic. I think at points we've hit 1 in 3, where families don't feel they can get adequate nutrition for them and their families 3 meals a day. And that, obviously we've been dealing with incredible disruption to all of our food systems, local, commodity, all scales. But when it really comes to how do we make sure that the work that Lowell and Janie and so many of you are doing is reaching the people who need it. And individual producers are doing this. I mean, you've heard that today. So much of the pandemic, we saw producers just shift overnight saying, where is the most need? We're gonna start getting our product to where the most need is, and that was remarkable. But we're still dealing with a much bigger challenge, which kind of goes back just to the larger market forces at play right now that make it so difficult to afford to live right now. And Colorado is obviously a wonderful place to live, but it's very tough for people all around, and food is one of those places. So we're actually, another program that we're building now is a community food access program. Again, just a slice of the pie, but we're gonna be providing resources, food safety training, cold storage to small grocery retailers to be able to sell fresh food. So we've got a lot of stores that do shelf stable. We want to help them be able to sell Janie and Lowell's products if that's where you wish to sell. A lot of this will be rural places. I was out in Cheyenne Wells a few weeks ago. Their one grocery store closed down. I don't know if anybody's from out there, but now folks are driving 30 miles to the nearest grocery. So it's an urban issue, it's a rural issue, and I think the work that our producers are doing here is really remarkable in terms of how do we fix the food access problems, but it's certainly a larger sort of market and policy question as well. Thank
you. I'm getting the signal from staff that it's probably time to wrap up, but before we do, I want to thank the two of you for being with us. It's a busy time of year, as almost every week or month of the year is. Appreciate your taking a day to be with us here. Kate, thank you for listening and for being here to share your thoughts. I appreciate the dialogue and just the opportunity to be here with you. So thank you all very much.
Thank you.
Thanks, guys. Thank you. You guys want these here? Or? Thank you. Well, actually, they have a tribal panel right now. I don't know. We can just leave these in the chairs. Okay.
Good afternoon, and thank you for sticking with us today. My name is Lindsay DeFreitas, and I am the PR and Media Specialist at the Colorado River District. On behalf of our staff and our board, I'm very honored to introduce the next panel for you. As Marielle mentioned at the beginning of today's program, we do acknowledge that we're here on the ancestral Ute homeland. The Colorado River Basin hosts 30 sovereign tribal nations, 2 of which, the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute, have reserved lands in southwestern Colorado. Sovereignty will be an important term for those of you who may be yet unfamiliar with the topic about to be discussed. It's the right to self-governance and determination. To speak more about this in the context of water are representatives from the Southern Ute Tribe and the Jicarilla Apache Nation, alongside state sovereign representatives from Colorado and New Mexico. It's our honor to welcome Southern Ute Council member Lorelei Cloud, Jicarilla Apache Nation Water Administrator Daryl Vigil, Colorado Commissioner for the Upper Colorado River Commission Becky Mitchell, New Mexico Commissioner Esteban Lopez, and the moderator today is Andy Mueller. Thank you all so much.
Well, sorry you got me back again. Thank you, Lindsay, and I want to thank our panelists for being here. Before I start with questions, I just want to lay a little bit of foundation, if you will, and this is where you're going to definitely know that I am a lawyer. So to talk about tribal nations in the Colorado River Basin, I think it's helpful to have a little bit of legal background and understanding. As we talked about earlier, it's the 100th year anniversary of the Colorado Compact. Colorado Compact has one sentence dedicated to tribal water rights. Here it is. Nothing in this compact shall be construed as affecting the obligations of the United States of America to Indian tribes. That's it. Doesn't say how we account for and make sure tribes get the water they're entitled to. Doesn't say anything about it. Just says nothing. And in a sentence that starts with nothing, usually doesn't have a whole lot of respect for what follows. So really telling about where we were in 1922. I think diving a little bit further back in 1908, very important case in the Supreme Court issued something called the Winters Doctrine. It was the lawsuit involving folks named Winters. The key in there, just to keep it simple, is that Congress also reserves water sufficient to fulfill the purposes of a reservation. When it creates a reservation in a treaty, and Congress approves a treaty, it has an implied reservation of the amount of water necessary to fulfill the purposes of the reservation. That sounds fairly straightforward, right? The Supreme Court is actually, for that time, oddly enough, siding with the Native American tribes and saying, no, you do have water. Problem is, in our 7-state basin, problem for this doctrine is that the state law governs the apportionment of water. So the tribes were told by the Supreme Court that, yes, Congress intended to reserve water sufficient for their population and their reasonable uses. But the tribes then had to turn to the states to negotiate how much water they got and determine what that amount is under state law. Almost 120 years later, many of the tribes are still waiting for that determination and that agreement. In our state belatedly reached an agreement with the two tribes, the Southern Utes and the Ute Mountain Utes, as to the quantification of those reserved water rights. In New Mexico, most of the tribal water has been apportioned and agreed to. Some of the other states in the basin don't have that record. There's still a whole lot of disputed tribal water. It's important to understand this, that the date of the reservation is also the date of the priority of that water in our state and in other states in the basin. They're very, very senior water rights. What does that mean? Well, as I think my friend Darrell will point out, about 60% of the tribal water is yet to be developed in the Colorado River Basin. And those 30 sovereign nations have the claim to approximately 25% of the flow of the Colorado River today. And 60% of that hasn't been developed. We've been sitting here talking about shortages and how we share shortages, but a disenfranchised portion of our community in the Colorado River has never been given or had the opportunity or availability to develop its water. It's a real issue facing the tribes. It's also very important for water users. Some of you are saying, well, Andy, why are we talking about tribal water rights in the Colorado River District? Within our 15-county area, we don't have any reserved lands. We don't have any tribal nation with lands, original lands in the basin. Well, we're talking about it because for a number of reasons, but I would just say, number one, it is a matter of respect and fairness and treating people who were not given a voice previously to make sure they have that voice, to make sure they are able to develop in the way that they so choose in a way that they determine with self-determination. Second, I would say the development of those very senior water rights can impact every non-tribal water user in this state. If those tribes were to go out and develop their full allotment of water, our non-tribal water users will be impacted. And the question is, how do you address that? How do you have a dialogue about it? How do you engage with that? And I will say that our tribes today and our states are beginning that dialogue, and that's why we invited the representatives of both the sovereign tribes and the states to talk about what's going on out in that discussion and what the future looks like. With that, I want to, if I can get the microphone, I'm going to sit down and join the panel so I can stop talking and you can hear from the people you really want to. I'm going to just throw it out first to Darrell. Darrell, how do we actually create a joint water future? I think so, if you just start talking.
Hello. Oh, thank you, Andy. And how do we create a joint water future? Can I say a few other things first?
Oh, please, feel free.
Thanks. No, I just want to as Andy mentioned, I appreciate the introduction, and I think I've seen, I've talked, I've interacted with a whole bunch of you in this room already. Different conferences I've spoke to, and over the last 12 years of my work in the basin, and absolutely privileged, to be able to be here today to again share. And I wanted to share real quickly, because hopefully it'll come up in some context of this conversation today. One of the reporters asked me, what do you want the people in the room to be left with today? And that was a really, really good question for me, and it's one that I always, think about when I'm speaking to a group of folks. So definitely had that in mind today about, hearing the conversations this morning and the urgency and the passion with which they were communicated is very moving to me, because I've been working in this field in terms of having you educating the broader Colorado River Basin about the indigenous populations in your backyards and the significant impact that those tribal water rights have already been making for a long, long time now, to the extent that we can engage in them. And so I want to acknowledge. I want to acknowledge Andy, for his commitment. He considered my personal friend, and he also has agreed. I don't know if he understands what he took on, but I'm also co-facilitator of the Water and Tribes Initiative, and he's on our leadership team. And we also share a common trait in that we both fell out of at the same rapid on the Yampa River. So we're always connected in that way. I think they're going to rename it Mueller V. Hill Hole or something. I don't know. And so, and I wanted to talk a little bit about, how we're here today, and I'm going to answer your question. I am.
I didn't expect a direct answer, Carol. I mean, I've known you for a while.
We're driven here, to this conversation today about our common concern that Mother Nature drove us to, and that's the hydrology of the Colorado River. And its complexity, that's, and I used to laugh about this because I would tell you, it's your best thinking that got us here, and we're supposed to listen to you now? And and those kind of things, just to be provocative. But we are here because we share a common concern. And one of the things that that just absolutely, in terms of the absurdity of some of the drama that goes on in the basin, and some of the things that we've heard that why I don't understand this. 70% of the water in the Colorado River Basin is under the moniker of ag. What does that mean? And there's no basin-wide conversation about agriculture when it's 70% of the water in the basin? That's just amazing to me. And part of that, is inside of these relationships that are being built. My good friend, Pat O'Toole from the Family Farm Alliance, we've had a few conversations at this point in time, and at Boulder he was talking about third generation farming, I believe, as well, and about the connection to the land and the water and to the environment, and how that's part of who they are now and part of their DNA. And I absolutely acknowledge that connection and that sense of connection to the land and to place and to the environment. And I was able to share with him, and we created this incredible sense of relatedness that imagine that we're no different as tribes. My grandparents were farmers. And that, imagine, you've developed this culture and this connection to the land over several generations. Imagine that same connection over thousands of years. That's the connection that we have in common. And I think for me, one of the things I want you to know is that it's not my tribe's interest in any shape or form to take anything away from anybody. In fact, it's the opposite of that. Tribes are asking to mitigate the risk. Who else is asking for that? And we want to share in this. And so I'm answering your question as I go along, Andy. And so I think about, and I'm so moved by the last panel because, I'm part Zia Pueblo, I'm part Jemez Pueblo, or, my Jemez side comes from McElmo Canyon, in Colorado, and have been subsistence farmers for thousands and thousands of years. And so when I think about, and my grandparents from Jemez and Zia were also farmers. And so when I look out there to you, I imagine if my grandparents were still alive, what could I be telling them about this situation that they don't understand? in terms of the law of the river, the policies, upper basin, lower basin, the complexity of 2 governance structures, 41 million people, 2 countries, 7 basin states, 30 tribal sovereigns, distinct water law from each one of those states. I mean, how would they understand, that in this world today? And so that absolutely is what empowers me, because a lot of the conversation has been about the collective solution, that we need to be involved and engage in this together. And it always comes back. The law of the river keeps coming back to this conversation of equitable apportionment and inclusion. And yes, it's very, very complex. But most recently, I heard it expressed extremely articulated very well by somebody from California at that. Imagine that. And they, no, sorry, California. So, they talked about, we need to balance the system first. We need to create a mechanism to balance the system first. We heard some of that this morning. And then the second thing, so that we can create, I love this, an emotional and intellectual space to talk about the future. And I was very moved by that, because there is a bunch of emotions, because we're talking about our ways of life. And when you equate it to tribal way of life, we're talking about an existence for thousands. And the footprints they found at White Sands are 25,000 years old. And so thinking about that, what can be gained by that? It's by what you are expressing today into this idea of a collective thought. In light of, given that the structure that we're dealing with, isn't capable of handling that. And the fact that we've used flexible tools and different strategies, and we're probably going to talk about that with New Mexico a little bit later, about how we do that. And so I think I'm almost done.
I'm not sure I believe him,
Yeah.
but,
And so, and I just want to create, again, some context. Andy did a great job. I don't know if I would hire him for the winter's talk, but, he articulated it pretty well. But, in 1922, imagine this, when the foundational law of the river was being created, my tribe was new onto a reservation 30 years or so, subsistence living on government rations on a piece of acreage that wasn't our traditional homeland, and with no official governance system. That's where we were when the foundational law that we're still operating on today. And Andy read that section, Article 7, that says it doesn't apply to us. You fast forward my tribe to 1970s, where we began our settlement process. That process took 20 years. We finalized our settlement in 1992, and 30 years later, this is where we're at in the conversation. And can you imagine that if we're this far in our policy, and my tribe's very unique. We've built capacity. There's other tribes who don't have the same capacity. Can you imagine that, this impact on just the policy realm is pervasive across tribal governance. So that's what we have to deal with. And in this day and age, during COVID, one of the things that happened was, if you didn't have a settlement, you probably didn't have infrastructure. Native American homes are 19 times more likely not to have indoor plumbing. And if you didn't have access to infrastructure during this pandemic, we know that you died. And so when we talk about all the conversations that I'm involved in right now, I'm involved in numerous of them. They're all about relationship building and talking about what are the common values that are we going to build on together now that will hopefully get us into the future, understanding that we're going to deal with less. And that's the whole notion from what I understand in my teachings about how we deal with, Mother Nature has thrown these things at us before. And now this is an existential threat for Native American communities because we're the most vulnerable. And we can't practice adaptability and resiliency because of this structure. And we can't be who we always have been. And part of that is farmers from my Pueblo side. This is who we are. And so I think that's kind of how you started, I think.
All right. Well, thank you, Daryl. I'm not sure you answered the question, but, you answered a whole lot more. So I appreciate it. He answered the question he was going to answer, so, which is fair. Councilwoman Cloud, I do want to touch on a few things, and first, recognizing you as a Southern Ute, I want to, I know my staff has mentioned that we are on the ancestral homelands of the Utes, but I would love to hear your thoughts on that. In addition, Daryl does bring up some really important points, which I think we need to address in any discussion regarding sovereign tribal water rights and access to water, which is this deplorable lack of potable water available in homes on so many of our reservation lands. Can you talk about that a little bit and let us know where from your perspective, where your tribe and our country is in this effort, and where our states are with you on that?
Sure. First, I just want to say welcome to Ute country, because this area here is it is Ute country. Ute people have primarily been, our homeland is pretty much the entire state of Colorado. A small portion is not. Utah, a portion of New Mexico, and Arizona. And so, where you're sitting now, our people roam this area, for millennia. We don't have a migration story compared to other tribes. Our Creator placed us in these mountains, in this area, so this has always been our homeland. This is our connection back to that. And so when we were moved back to where we're at now, in where Ignacio, Colorado is, this small piece of land doesn't compare to where we roamed. And so again, we're always going to have that connection back to pretty much the entire state of Colorado, particularly into these areas here where we're at now. With my reservation, current reservation, it's the Moach and Kapota band of Utes that make up the Southern Ute tribe. The Weenwinooch make up the Ute Mountain Ute tribe. And then we have White River, Uncompahgre, and Uinta make up the Ute tribe in Utah. And we always want to try and include them as much as we can, because this was their homeland as well too. Regardless of what tribe that they're now referred to, or where their homeland is, or where they're placed at now, they're still included in that. But on my particular reservation, well, I guess I should also preface that, like to quote Daryl, quoting, yeah, if you know one tribe, you know one tribe. And so with each one of the Ute tribes, each one of our reservations is different. So each one of us have a different scenario, different situations that we deal with. And so on my reservation, it's 15 miles wide, 75 miles long. So it's a strip of land. And so within this strip of land, we have 499 square miles of tribal land. And the rest is made up of private landowners, state, and county. And so it's basically ends up being kind of a patchwork, where they call it a checkerboard land status. And so in order for us, basically, because we're talking about water, if we need to move water from one place to another, we need to get authority and work with all the different landowners in order to get water just moved down, even if it's a mile. It becomes very complicated. And with that, we have, again, like with everybody else, we depend on snowpack, just like everybody else. And when we don't have that, it affects everything that we do. It also affects our groundwater. We have, I had to write down these numbers because I couldn't remember specifically what they were, but we have a total of 5,652 groundwater wells within that small strip of land. 3,516 are domestic, and only 181 belong to the tribe. The rest belong to non-tribal owners. And so our groundwater, again, is greatly impacted. The water that we can supply to our tribal members is greatly impacted. So we have our own water treatment plant, but we can have, our treatment plant supplies water to 500 households. Most of those are non-tribal homes. And of the tribal members that live within the reservation boundaries, 64 households have to have water hauled to their homes because we don't have the water structure to deliver the water to them. And that's because of the different land status that we have to work through to get water delivered to them. Even if we wanted to, with the structure that is in place now, if we wanted to increase the capacity and put a bigger diameter of pipe in the ground to increase that capacity, we still have to go through all the different land authorities, the different land owners in order to do that. And it's just not possible sometimes.
Well, thank you, Lorelei. I appreciate that. I want to turn the discussion to the conversations that are happening today and in the future about the future governance in the river. And clearly, tribes were left out 100 years ago. They've been left out every time there have been decisions made on the river. I'm going to first ask the woman I refer to lovingly as Commissioner Mitchell. Commish, what are you doing to assure the tribes a seat at the table during the current discussions with respect to the 2026 guidelines and beyond in terms of how we function in this river basin?
I think you said something about referring to me lovingly, and I'll just leave it at that. No, I think this was an area, and the inclusion of the tribes in our decision making is something that I saw at some period of time, maybe it was a couple of years ago, where I said, I think we can do this better, and I think we can do this differently than it has been done in the past. And when you look at something and say this can be done better, you first have to look at yourself and say, what are you doing to make it better? And so that was the choice that we made within the state of Colorado. We chose to make a firm and public commitment about how we interact as the state of Colorado as a sovereign with the other sovereign nations with that reside within the boundaries of the state. And I think making that strong in public comment was just a first step, not the last step. Moving from that, we had some existing foundation with that. That didn't come out without work with the tribes prior to that, but we announced that publicly. Was it just last year? And we had already made some commitments in terms of how we worked with on a sovereign to sovereign level with both the Ute Mountain Ute and the Southern Ute. But making that statement publicly really called to action, I think, other states and the federal government to say, hey, we're gonna stand with our sovereigns, and we're gonna stand together. And then I think that even evolved further, because I think folks looked at that and said, this is not as scary as we think it is. And we saw other states follow suit. And then even further, we said, okay, what can we do together on an even broader basis? And so I hope I'm okay sharing this, but I'm going to. But we've been meeting as the 4 Upper Basin states, along with the 6 Upper Basin tribes as a unit. And we've had our second meeting. I think that was this week. Am I right? I mean, it all kind of blends together. I was in Towaoc on Monday and Tuesday, and then I guess here today, and many places in between. But we've had our second meeting of Upper Basin states and Upper Basin tribes, and 10 sovereigns in the room together, and really saying the table that is set is not the table that works for all, so we're going to create our own table. And the folks that are at that table, I think, are really focused on solutions and being a part of the solution and being a part of the burden, but also being a part of the success of that. And so I think I am optimistic. There is also a commitment for transparency across the board as it relates to the sovereign to sovereign discussions, meaning we acknowledge what we agree on, and we really try to focus on that. We acknowledge where maybe there's some disagreement, but we also acknowledge where we can work together. And when you hear the numbers that Lorelei mentioned about the number of wells and transmission lines and still the need to access the water that they legally have right to in reservoirs, that are commitments that have not been fulfilled, we have to look at that and we have to say, what is our role in that, and be a part of the solution. So while I hear the tribe saying we want to be a part of the solution, as a state, we also want to be a part of the solution.
Well, thank you, Becky. I appreciate that. Now, Esteban, sitting here immediately to my left, is a very quiet gentleman, so we could probably have this conversation between the other four of us, and Esteban would sit there very politely, but that's not why he's here. So he is... And
Darn.
Yeah, I know. I don't know Councilwoman Cloud as well as I do the other two, but those two would talk the entire time along with me, without a question. But Esteban, I want to, if you could maybe follow up and let us know where you are as New Mexico's Commissioner of the Upper Colorado River Commission, and where the state of New Mexico is with envisioning the future and working in partnership with the tribes. How does that work in New Mexico, and what do you see in the basin as options that will work for the entire basin?
Thanks, Andy. And let me begin to answer that question by first setting a little bit of context for New Mexico. New Mexico, like Colorado, we're somewhat similarly situated in that we have largely dealt with the tribal water rights claims within New Mexico in the Colorado River Basin. Not in the Rio Grande Basin, but in the Colorado River Basin we have. And I say largely, I actually thought we had dealt with all of that. We've got Jicarilla Apache Nation that's within the San Juan Basin in New Mexico, and we've dealt with that back in '92. We've got Navajo Nation that's a very large landowner within the San Juan Basin in New Mexico. And we dealt with that I guess the legislation finally went through in 2009. And we've quantified those water rights for both of those entities and for both of those sovereigns. And they're well on their way towards developing that water. Jicarilla further along than Navajo. What I hadn't really counted on is we also have a bit of the Mountain Ute Reservation that extends down into into New Mexico and the Four Corners area. And we, I think, have, from a New Mexico perspective, New Mexico government perspective, have assumed that because there were no population centers within the Mountain Ute Reservation on the New Mexico side, that issue was resolved. Well, it's not resolved from the Mountain Utes perspective. They they want to exercise some claims for New Mexico water within their portion of the reservation for economic development or other terms. So we're still having to deal with that. We are in conversations with them right now. But by and large, I think we're in a relatively good spot with our tribal partners in New Mexico. We've resolved a large part of the claims. Jicarilla and Navajo have developed a large part of their claims, and it's interesting because I worked on the Navajo settlement, and when we did, we had to do a hydrologic determination to determine, in spite of what the compact said that we had a right to, or have a right to in the upper basin, we had to do a hydrologic determination to see how much we thought the basin could yield. Well, we did that in 2007, and it was quite a bit less. The yield that we calculated was quite a bit less than the compact said we could produce, or we had a right to. So we limited it to that. And now hydrology is changing such that it's looking quite a bit more dire than that. But we've got like Becky, by the way, I should mention to you guys that today I was told I'm New Mexico's Becky Mitchell. So.
Esteban, you know, I've been told I have a way with words, so there you go.
I think it's a compliment.
That's why I'm going on so long. I usually don't talk this long. But anyway, we've got a great relationship with the tribes in New Mexico. We are already working on trying to find solutions towards really starting to cut back. And a little later, I'll talk to you about something that Jicarilla and New Mexico are doing in that regard. But we've got good relations. We've got to include the tribes in these discussions. You know, so far we are having really good conversations amongst the Upper Basin states and tribes. They're very good discussions so far, but I know that they're not satisfactory yet to the tribes in terms of where they want to be. And I'm just going to draw one parallel to back a few years ago. We were working with the nation or the Republic of Mexico to deal with shortages and other things on the Mexico Treaty on the Colorado River. Initially, that conversation started as between the International Boundary and Water Commission sections of Mexico and the US. It was just them two. That was their purview. The states said, we've got to be in that conversation. We, the states, have the water rights, and we can't be excluded from that conversation. That's exactly what we're hearing now from the tribes. They have a large part of the water rights on the Colorado River. They want to be a part of this conversation. They deserve to be a part of this conversation. We have to figure out how to do it.
Well, thank you, Esteban, and it's a great segue into asking Daryl. What is your vision for the tribe's participation in the management and apportionment of the Colorado River going forward?
I think there's a couple different answers to that. You know, one is just the ongoing nature of who we are in terms of the indigenous population in the basin and how we've managed to be here for thousands of years and what has sustained us. And it's this absolute, grounded in this absolute spirit of humility where we're just part of a greater whole. And when Mother Nature's provided us with less, we use less. And we sometimes didn't take so that other life could have. And that's kind of the spirit of the ongoing nature of, I think that's important and valuable when we think about adaptability and resiliency and how we build a water future together. I mean, I think that's evidence, thousands of years of evidence versus the last 100 years of maybe how to live, a sustainable life. And for us, it's based in spirituality. And the 10 Tribes Partnership, when they were developing the tribal water study, or before they did that, they looked at their exclusion from the basin study, and that's what prompted the tribal water study, but they really wanted to be guided by something. And they said that, so they spent 6 months working on a vision statement. And that vision statement talks about leading from a spiritual mandate to make sure the river's always protected for all living creatures and the land. So that's one portion of it. Structurally, one of the things that's a reality today still is, in 2022, there is no structural place for tribes to engage in the policy-making process, whether it's at the state level or the federal level. It's not built in, it wasn't baked into the law of the river. So, you folks might be able to go to Andy, and Andy can listen to you, and Andy might be able to go to Becky and listen to that, and then she can go to the governor, and something might change. We don't have any of those mechanisms available to us, none. And so, the 20 tribal sovereigns sent a letter to Secretary Holland last November laying out a set of 9 core principles, or asks, if you will. And at the top of that list was what? Trust responsibility, a fulfillment of the federal government to fulfill what they said they were going to do, which is, to protect, tribal interests, in particular, in this case, tribal water rights. And in our minds, that means creating an institutionalized place, a formal place, and naming that place as one of the sovereigns in this conversation. Because the policy-making, decision-making process has been left up to the 7 basin states and the federal government. And we recognize, the effectiveness of that in terms of tribal representation. And so, absolutely, we want to speak on behalf of our own water. And we understand, we've heard a whole lot about sacrifice and hurt and pain. And we know a whole lot about that, for sure. And so we understand, going into the future, in the next, day or so, whatever the future looks like, that, we're asking to, we're demanding participation because it's a basic human right in this country, as I understand. And so to be able to speak, on behalf of those things that keep and sustain you. And so that's a big thing, is acknowledging that parity of sovereignty between the 30 tribal sovereigns in the basin and the 7 basin states leadership sovereigns as well. And we're working on that, and there's incredible strides. And I'm absolutely moved by the 2 individuals that I'm happy to call my friends, and Becky and Esteban, because they've been working on creating those templates that didn't exist within state governance structures. And I guess I can talk about it now real quick, Esteban. How you start to engage folks and how do tribes get inclusion into this process. And again, understanding what Lorelei said, if you know one tribe, you know one tribe. And the diversity of those tribes geographically, financially, politically, just as any other governance system, is really diverse. And so creating a structure that there's tribal inclusion and that if a tribe wants to, that they can. And one of the big efforts that's going on right now is this light speed trying effort to try to get tribes up to speed in terms of capacity divides. Because as you can imagine, if we haven't been involved with the 100 years of water policy, there's going to be some learning curve. And so, you've heard a whole lot of, well, what does the tribal ask? Well, which tribe are you asking? And so we've, the basin, there was a group of 14 tribal leaders in the basin, saw that there was a need for a broader conversation, so they started the Basin Tribal Coalition, which is a broader basin conversation. And it's with the basin states water managers. It's with the federal government. And as Becky mentioned, there's other conversations that are in a similar vein that are connected now that were never connected before. So yeah, it will be up to those individual tribes to determine how they want to participate. But again, just to be given the opportunity to do that. And New Mexico, Hickory entered into a unique transaction where we were able to lease water to the State Strategic Water Reserve. And part of the reason why was when we talk about commensurate levels of hurt and pain, my tribe for 3 years has had water stored in Navajo Dam without an ability to develop that water in any shape or form, just was released down to Lake Powell. And, for no compensation, no pat on the back, nothing. And can you imagine if any other entity had 25,000 acre feet in this hydrology and wasn't able to use it? So some of these things are just about basic equity. But, getting to that conversation means a whole lot of, informing. And so, yeah, tribes should be in the conversation. They should have parity with the United States, Mexico, and the 7 basin states and be a part of the decision-making process. I've offered up, to the House Natural Resource Committee on 2 separate occasions, a model of that in terms of a sovereign governance team, where at least we could start to set a foundation of, hey, there's a place for you to engage in this conversation. And then one last thing, that I had to laugh about with Andy this morning was the tribes have been looking for this table all this time, and who knew it was Ches Loungers?
Excellent point. Well, I think that's great, and I in keeping with the recognition that if you hear from one tribe, you only hear from one tribe. Lorelei, I wanted to talk to you, and I'm going to pose the question just slightly differently. I will just say that in conversations I've been having with kind of the state's traditional water user power structure, I heard a statement from one of the present water managers that said, look, the interim operating guidelines are agreements between the 7 states and the federal government, and those are the only people who need to be at the table. And I disagreed with him when he said that, but I would love to hear your thoughts on a statement like that today in 2022. You can say whatever you want.
Wow. When you had said that earlier when you were speaking, I had so many different thoughts went through my head, but because of this audience, I will keep it calm. So we indigenous people were the first inhabitants of this entire continent. And when you draw arbitrary lines and you move us from one place to another and you want to disregard us, I think you need to start there. Because you're celebrating, again, 100 years of the Colorado River Compact. Yet in 2 more years, the Native people that were originally here get to celebrate 100 years of being citizens in the very own country that they were a part of. So how right is that? And to leave us out of the other conversations, that's not right either. Because as a sovereign government, regardless of however you want to think of us, we are a sovereign government. We govern ourselves, and we should be considered just like speaking to a state. And there's 30 sovereigns within this Colorado River Basin. And so when you want to try and you think that we shouldn't be involved, well then don't include our 30% of the water in anybody's allocation. Because when tribes begin to put their water to use, and those 30 tribes, when they start putting that water to use, and they do plan on doing that, there will be nothing left for the rest of you, especially those that you are using unused tribal water. And that unused tribal water is what is being accounted for and stored in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And none of these tribes are getting compensated or have ever been compensated or thought about being compensated for that water that is in Lake Powell and Lake Mead. And when they did the first DROA release, a year ago, that was tribal water sitting in there. Ironically, Ute tribe had 5 million acre feet in that one reservoir, and they released 5 million acre feet. And the tribe was not consulted whatsoever. And so if any of that happened to you all here, how would you feel about that? You all wouldn't like that. And so when you're asking us to also make shortages, we've been making shortages this entire time, and we've been overlooked and discounted. And so we're not going to. We are not going to go away. We're always going to be here. And so we need to be included in every one of those conversations and considered just like speaking to another state or even the federal government, because we are a sovereign nation and we do have that right and that authority to govern ourselves. And again, we are going to put that water to use. And when you're talking about the Winters Doctrine, my reservation was created in 1868. So for our senior water rights, we are first in time, first in line. And so if you cannot discount us or think that we don't exist when you're talking about the law of the river, because we were the law of the river. My homeland, my entire existence of our people, we were the upper basin. And so we were always the stewards and the caretakers of the upper basin. And like Daryl was saying, we didn't take more than what we needed, and we always made sure we gave back to Mother Nature, because we knew that the Creator made that water for us to live on, to survive on. It is the essence of life, and we took care of that. We gave back what we took so that she can keep giving back to us. So we have that spiritual connection, and you all have a spirit. Every single one of us has a spirit. We believe that the water is alive and that water has a spirit. And so we always pray for that water, especially when we have our ceremonies. And so I'm going to ask you all to do that as well too, because if we don't, every single one of us doesn't take care of that water, it's not going to be there for us. And shame on all of us if we don't leave a future for our future generations for them to thrive in.
Very well said. Thank you. Well, how do you follow up on that? I want to touch a little bit on something that Daryl mentioned, and that was the 70% of the water in the Colorado River Basin, and I'd say 70 to 80% of the water in the Colorado River Basin is in ag, right? That's a statement made frequently, and for those of you who've had the pain of hearing me talk about it before, it'll sound familiar, but it's real easy to create an us versus them perspective in every water sector, whether it's a tribal water or indigenous water and non-indigenous folks, or ag versus urban, right? That's how it often gets put. But agriculture is not just some special use sector. It happens to be all of us, right? We all ate food today. We all are drinking water. We are all, well, those of us who make it to the happy hour this afternoon will be drinking local Colorado River water beverages that are made with that. Importantly, in agriculture in our state, in the western slope of Colorado, in the entire Colorado River Basin and its tributaries, the two single largest irrigated agricultural operations are owned by our tribal sovereign nations. They're owned by the Ute Mountain Utes and the Southern Utes. And I think it is something that we often overlook when there are these discussions about shortage sharing and demand management or system conservation, and demands that agriculture cut down on its use in water so that the urban and everybody else can survive. I want to point out we don't have a member or representative from the Ute Mountain Ute tribe, but when they reached a settlement with the state, they gave up some of their water's priority in order to get a share of the Dolores project built. And that turned out not to be such a good deal. Last year, they got a 10% allocation of their water. They had thousands and thousands of acres they had to fallow, and no one paid them for it, right? This is a tribe with senior rights, a reservation that occurred, I believe, in the same year as the Southern Utes, 1868. And they had no water to grow crops. And they were under a federal Bureau of Reclamation project, and they couldn't grow crops. This year, I think their allocation went up to 20%, I think. And I wonder, Lorelei, I don't want to pick on you, but I would love to get your take on the equities involved in that and how we should consider structuring or restructuring some of these issues to actually reach the equity that I think so many people are looking for in the river basin.
Well, I don't know if I have a good answer for you. But I think it goes back to what I had said earlier. You cannot discount us or think, I guess let me change that. When you come to a tribe, because again, we've been left out of the conversations of water management as it is today, that the language and the laws and everything that go along with that. We have a different perspective when it comes to water and ownership. We didn't, land ownership wasn't a thing. Owning something that was alive really wasn't a thing. And so it's a new concept when you think about the years that have gone by and how things have changed. But when you're talking about when a tribe is asked to give up something in order to have something else that's supposed to benefit them and that doesn't work out, to me, it's like the tribe got taken advantage of. And so when that happens, there's been a long-standing of trust and mistrust between the tribes and other entities. And so when that happens, even though it was just a few years ago, that builds on that mistrust. And when we're talking about water and trying to create water equity, that mistrust is always going to be the first thing that tribe is going to think about. And so how do you create, again, a trust, relationships that are going to be beneficial when that's always in the back of your mind? And so when you're thinking about, like with Ute Mountain, and I don't want to speak on their behalf, If this was happened to me, I know that there would have to be a lot of conversations, long conversations, just building the relationship with the individuals that are bringing that to the table. And that's where a lot of tribes are at right now. And when we're, I know Daryl's probably got a better answer, I saw him. So I just don't think I have a good enough answer, but a lot of it is based off of trust. And I know when we're talking about building relationships, the Ute tribe and Mountain Ute tribe have, I think probably back from the 60s and 70s, started building their relationship with the state of Colorado. And it took over many, many years to build that relationship. And now we have that relationship with Becky because of our forefathers, our prior leaders building those relationships and the trial and error that have gone on, just like with this other situation. But again, I think if it was my water, again, it would be, I'd have to really think about that relationship on who those individuals are, because you're supposed to have a state-to-state or a government-to-government consultation before any type of situation kind of goes forward. But finding out the pros and cons is going to be different from every single tribe. Every tribe is going to have a different situation. So I think building equitable, I don't know, maybe like a framework, I guess, that's going to take longer, I think, longer than 100 years. The next 100 years, maybe that's something that has to be thought of going forward in the next 100 years, because it's going to take a lot longer than that.
Daryl?
No, I'm just going to add to what Lorelei just said, and again, not speaking for Ute Mountain in any shape or form, but in their particular situation where they had to make a decision. And that's some of the things that tribal sovereigns have to think of and tribal leadership has to think of, in particular in water settlement cases, because kind of like IGRA, if you guys don't know what IGRA is, it's the Indian Gaming Regulatory Act. It's an easy thing to focus on. We had to cede tribal sovereignty to engage gaming because the federal law says that the state government has to approve of that process. And similarly, again, can you imagine, the Ute Mountains having to cede a senior water right so that they could do economic development and have to be put in that position to have to do that? And it goes back to that conversation because it's still happening. Because like in Arizona, they require settlement before they'll provide federal dollars for infrastructure. So, John Echohawk at Native American Rights Fund was like, wow, clean water before settlements. And so, yeah, those are the impacts of having, ceding sovereignty in terms of having to take care of your own membership.
I appreciate that. I think the ethics of negotiating tribal settlements by dangling infrastructure dollars is questionable, to say the least. So.
Yeah, and that's a great point about the settlements because if you know one settlement or decree, you know one settlement and decree. Again, they're just all different from each other. They're inconsistent. My tribe has a ability to lease unused water or a marketing component. Others don't. And they're still based today in provable irrigable agriculture. PIA is still the bar in terms of how you develop a tribal water settlement. And even when you get a settlement, you might get some money to implement it, but then there's still the struggle of actually being able to implement a tribal water right because you have to build that capacity too.
Commish, it looks like you had a few thoughts on this too.
I have very strong opinions on this. I think most of us in this room know what it would be like if you were to have 10% of your water allocation. We don't have a reservoir above us. There's not a certainty of what we are going to get. I heard our friends from California and even Arizona talk about the need to be in balance with the river, and I think that's incredibly important. I want to touch on one thing as it relates to the Dolores project, and specifically the Ute Mountain Ute, and the shortages and the impacts of those. I mean, we watch the impacts of the hydrology every year. We all know that. But the hoops that have to be jumped to get assistance when these kinds of years happen for the tribes, and the amount of effort that they have to go to get grants to help them just sustain through the federal government, it makes it almost unbearable to get assistance. And so I think that is something that we also need to be working on, is saying, okay, how do we do this better? And this is one of the ways that we shouldn't be making it harder in times of dire need. And I think these last few years, and when you talk about the fires that happened on top of this down in the southwest corner of the state, there was hits that were beyond what I could imagine, and the fires coupled with drought at the same time it's pretty bad. And so I one just kind of jab that I have to give is that while this was happening, full allocations were able to be delivered in the lower basin, and I think that's important too. That I don't feel like we are less valuable in the upper basin than the lower basin, and so the impacts that the Ute Mountain Ute tribe saw specifically caused great pain when we saw the releases out of reservoirs to make sure that others' needs were met. That caused great pain for people of the state of Colorado, and it caused great pain for people of the Ute Mountain Ute tribe.
Thank you, Becky. I want to ask, I think, one more question on the panel before I turn it over to the audience to see if they have questions. Esteban, in particular, Daryl alluded to it, but I wonder if you could talk to us from the state of New Mexico's perspective in terms of how you worked out a water lease with the Strategic Water Reserve with the tribe, and what were the mechanisms that enabled the state of New Mexico to finally recognize the tribe's right to that water and to negotiate with the tribe to be compensated for that water this year?
Thanks, Andy. First of all, the state, back in 2003, I think it was, the state legislature created the Strategic Water Reserve. It allows the state through the agency of the Interstate Stream Commission to acquire water rights or space in reservoirs, either through lease or acquisition, for two specific purposes. One is for compact compliance, and the other is for Endangered Species Act compliance. And this really grew out of a lot of the work that was going on the Pecos River and our compact compliance issues in that basin. I don't think we had ever really thought about it from the context of the San Juan, but now, fast forward about almost 20 years, and we're starting to think about just what a dire hydrologic situation we are in the Colorado River, and we're starting to think about demand management and things of that nature. And at the same time, the Jicarilla Nation has been leasing water for power generation in the Four Corners area, and that power generation is going out of business. So they suddenly had a fairly sizable chunk of water that's available that had been recently used. That's one of the criteria for that Strategic Water Reserve. And we started talking to them about it, and specifically for endangered species purposes, so that we could release it and make sure that we're in endangered species compliance. But it lends itself beautifully, I think, for demand management as well. And we've got, it's in Navajo Reservoir. We don't have to shepherd it very far. If we release it during the cold months, it'll very quickly get all the way down to Lake Powell. I think it is potentially a really good prototype for us to see whether it can work for a lot of these river management issues that we're going to have to face in very real time. And I just want to thank Daryl for his work in this, and the Jicarilla Water, the Jicarilla Council for having considered it. And we just consummated that deal not too long ago. And I believe that it's got to go through a state transfer process. The whole protest period has lapsed now, and I don't think we got a single protest. So I think that whole thing hopefully will go through quickly.
That's fantastic. Daryl?
Yeah, just real quick.
Daryl wants the last word before the public. Look at that.
No, I just want, what Esteban describes is very important, but the one that's more important in my mind to us was the fact that it built a sovereign-to-sovereign relationship that didn't exist in New Mexico. How can I say that? This was the first arm's-length transaction between the state sovereign and the tribal sovereign in the history of New Mexico in 2022. And why is this important? Because it sets the stage for us to build a water future together.
Excellent point. So we have just a few minutes for questions from the audience. If anybody has a question, if you could raise your hand. Hunter has a microphone that we can get to. Oh, and Amy's going to take my mic, so I have to shut up.
Such an important issue and what we need to learn. My question is, does Interior Secretary Holland have the authority and the cojones to do anything for the how many 30-some sovereigns in the upper and lower basins?
I can answer that. I mean, we're encouraging the growth of cojones, for sure. As I mentioned, there is ongoing dialogue with the federal government, and things are changing, and the relationship is getting better. But in this climate, we don't need better. We need transformation.
I think it's also important to say that last year, no, it was actually this year, March of this year, the tribal nations in the Upper Basin finally got a face-to-face meeting with the Interior Secretary, the first we've ever had. And so it was a very short meeting, but it was the first. And like I always I tell Daryl, in 2022, nothing should be a history-making moment. And yet we're still having those history-making moments.
Yeah, and I would just add that, I mean, yes, there's this general kind of criticism about the lack of leadership direction provided by the federal government. And so I think it's across the board in terms of, wanting that and desiring that. And for tribes, it becomes even more important. And yes, we continue to echo it over and over again, that fundamental responsibility of trust that the Secretary has. And the biggest one is to create that place for us to engage in the policymaking process.
With that, I think we're going to call it a wrap. We really appreciate all four of you making the journey to Grand Junction today to talk to us, and really informative, and thank you. Let's give them a round.
Folks, is this on? We're going to have a quick break before our next keynote speaker, who will offer us a new perspective on water as we talk to a journalist who's watching this unfold from the outside. So please take about 5 minutes and then try to find your way back to your seats. Thank you so much. Folks, if I could ask you to try to find your seat, we're going to move on with our program in about 1 minute. So if you could find your way back to your seat, we would appreciate it. Thanks so much. I probably should have opened the break with this, but as a reminder, your registration does include a free beverage at our happy hour networking event for an hour afterwards, so you do have to come back into the room. All right, folks, thank you so much for joining us for our afternoon program here with the River District. We're going to go ahead and get started with our keynote speaker. So let me talk to you a little bit about why we are choosing to pivot somewhat away from the traditional types that you see up here. With the Western water crisis saturating news feeds across the nation, water reporting has never been more critical for public awareness, education, and action. I'm sure you all can think of a time when you remembered sometime in the last 6 months making a comment or observing that you've seen your job in the headlines a lot more than perhaps in the past. And I've even had a few people come up to me and ask how to give sort of that 101 level stump speech because Joe at their friend's barbecue said, "So I heard we're running out of water." That part of the communication and that piece that we're all facing when we are getting national scrutiny is one of the reasons that we invited KUNC reporter Alex Hager here to speak about his experience as a water journalist in this rapidly moving and increasingly complex field. Alex is KUNC's reporter covering the Colorado River Basin. He spent 2 years at Aspen Public Radio, mainly reporting on the resort economy, the environment, and the COVID-19 pandemic. Before that, he covered the world's largest sockeye salmon fishery for KDLG in Dillingham, Alaska. He has a journalism degree from Elon University, where he spent 4 years working for the student newspaper and TV station. And while at Elon, he also worked as a sports correspondent for the Burlington Times News, covering ACC football and basketball, as well as Carolina Panthers NFL football. And he's here today to talk about how you talk about water and how he, as a journalist, is trying to involve the larger population in this conversation. Thank you, Alex.
Hello, folks. Thank you all for coming out today. As you could tell by my introduction, I have not always been a water reporter, and right now my job is to communicate to a pretty big audience the things that we talk about in these rooms in terms that people can understand outside of these rooms. And it's a real challenge, and it depends on you. And I'm hoping to talk today a little bit about some of the things that define my job, and hopefully some lessons for you to help you communicate these ideas better, and to help you communicate these ideas with people like me. So I'm hoping I can get my slides up here. There we go. So just a little bit of an introduction on myself. My name is Alex Hager. I report for KUNC. We're based out of Greeley, Colorado, but we cover the entire Colorado River Basin. So my stories have taken me to virtually every state in this basin and covered everything from science to policy to farming and ranching and beavers. And I will talk about all of those. And I hope to take you on a little bit of a tour of what some of my work has brought me to and how I've tried to center the people and the experiences that are at the heart of the water crisis. So we're dealing with what is a really difficult thing to come to terms with. If you are in this basin and all of a sudden you started seeing headlines on your local TV station, in your paper, and even in the national media about how there is maybe not going to be enough water to go around, and there's not a clear path forward on how our policymakers are going to get us out of this, you're going to have a lot of questions. And those are questions that really strike at the base level of how much water is in this region and what people are doing about it. So that is the challenge of my job, is communicating those answers, and communicating those answers with the help of scientists, of people in government, of indigenous people, to really paint a complete picture, not only get people to know more about the water, but really to get people to care. Because at the end of the day, these are voting constituents. These are people who have money to donate to your environmental NGOs. These are people who are also going to be controlling how much water they're pulling out of their own taps, how much produce they're buying that's grown with Colorado River water. And so all of that is going to have a tremendous impact on the future of this basin, and those people will behave differently based on what kind of information they're armed with. I want to start this story right around here, in the mountains of Colorado, where the Colorado River starts. So I did a story that hopefully sheds a little bit of light on that very source of water, on the snow that falls in the Rockies of Colorado. And as so many of us know, 60% of the water in Lake Powell, of the water in the Colorado River system, starts as snow in this state. So what happens to that snow is so important to the fate of the 40 million people who depend on it from Wyoming into Mexico. And the way that that snow is measured and the way that we understand those measurements is going to be really important going forwards. So how do we tell this story? Like, how do we get people to care about little dots on a map, about percentages of snowpack, in terms that a lot of people don't understand? Well, why don't we start by taking them there? So that's what I did with this story. I visited a snow survey site just up past Rudeye Reservoir near Basalt, Colorado. I tagged along with this fellow. This is Stephen Jowan from the NRCS, and he's doing a snow survey in a way that snow surveys have been done for so many years. And I was hoping that by taking people to this place, it would be easier to understand. It's one thing to hear the term snowpack and to hear that it's 60% of what it's supposed to be, but when you can see a guy sticking a measuring stick into the ground, you can understand, what snowpack is and why how much has fallen, will turn into the river that comes out of your tap. So the really cool thing that I learned here is that we have been doing snow surveys in a very similar way for nearly 100 years. This method of sticking this tube into the ground and then taking the height and weight of the snow that's in it goes back to the 1930s. The only thing that's changed is they used to be using steel tubes, and now we've realized it's a little easier to carry an aluminum tube on your back when you're snowshoeing miles into the woods. And so between that and the Snowtel network, which has been giving us data for about 40, 50 years, we have a really deep base of information going back. And we have a lot of data points that we can compare with throughout the course of our history of this region. And this is what those data points are telling us. Red, in this instance, is not good. Now, I know this goes across more land than just the Colorado River Basin, but this shows a story of decreasing snowpack. And you can see in Colorado and Utah and in Wyoming, the amount of snow is going down. The amount of snow that will turn into Colorado River water, there is less of it. In some ways, that is actually just less precipitation. And in some ways, it's warmer temperatures that mean more snow is falling as rain, snow is melting earlier, and it's getting soaked up by dry soil before it can get to the places where we divert and collect it. And another really important thing is that the way we measure it, but more importantly, the way we present those measurements is changing. So every 10 years, the National Oceanic and Atmospheric Administration, or NOAA, changes the window it uses to calculate averages. So it used to go from 1981 to 2010, and now it goes from 1991 to 2020. And that last decade, between 2010 and 2020, was the hottest decade of recorded weather in the history of North America. So when you are using that number as your denominator, it's going to give you averages that are different than if you compared one single year against the old 30-year window. So that's a pretty routine move. This is not like an emergency measure that NOAA had to take, but it's something that changes the way that the data is presented. And this is data that people are seeing. I mean, I used to live in Aspen. It's a recreation town. Skiers look at snowpack data. River rafters look at snowpack data. In a lot of places, this is the type of thing that's presented in the newspaper. And without proper context, it's going to be interpreted the wrong way. And so a lot of times, not only do you have to give people the information, not only do you have to take them there and show them, but you also have to give them the context. Another really great way to explain how things are changing is not just through numbers, but through people. People who are feeling the sting of what those numbers mean. And this is a time that I tried to do that. This story was a fairly routine one. It was last fall. I was giving sort of a forecast of what can we expect for snowfall in the Colorado Basin this winter. But I wanted to start with someone who's really going to tell if that snowfall is different. And this is a rancher, Todd Hagenbu, near Steamboat Springs, Colorado, who has been on this multi-generational family ranch since he was a kid. And the way that this story opened up was Todd said, see that little creek over there, that creek that feeds into the Yampa that runs right through the grass on my ranch? He said, when I was a kid, I would go out there and splash around in the creek. And now I take my kids here every summer, and they don't. You know, that creek is not necessarily an example for the entire Colorado River, but it's a way that somebody is noticing that change in their lives. And as we move forward into a Colorado River basin with less water for every one of those 40 million people, those people are going to notice small changes too. And when they hear stories like this, they're going to notice the changes they're already seeing, that the reservoir that they go to water ski every summer looks a little different than it did before. They're going to notice that the creeks on their ranches and the snow on their ski mountains are looking different than they used to. And it is one thing just to learn that the things are changing, that the numbers are going down, but to hear from someone who is seeing that firsthand and compare it to the things you've seen firsthand goes a really long way. And it's not just anecdotes like little creeks in your backyard. In a ranching town and on productive ranches around Steamboat Springs, that's something that cuts into the bottom line. Also on this trip, I talked to folks who have not been able to grow hay the same way that they have, and they have had to buy it from out of town. They've had to truck it in, and that has been expensive, and that has cut into their bottom line. And really, you know, hearing firsthand from those people who have witnessed the change is just a really powerful way to convey it to a broader audience. No matter where they are, no matter what it is that they care about, they can think of times in their lives that they have seen that change and really feel the changes to the Colorado River on a much more visceral level. Another part of my beat is making sure that we are hearing from voices of people that you don't often hear from. You know, this 40 million person watershed is a diverse group. It includes, like we talked about, 30 federally recognized Indian tribes. And we can talk a lot about their difficulty in accessing rights to water, but a lot of times it's also difficulty in accessing clean water at all. This is a story that I told by visiting Tehajale, New Mexico, which is in the far eastern part of Navajo Nation. And I'm hoping that this can shed a little light on something that is happening on other parts of Navajo Nation, other Indian tribes in this basin, and other indigenous land across the country. So this is what the water looks like in Tehajale. On the left, that is a sink at the town school, and on the right is a corroded pipe. The city's wells have degraded so much that the water is black with sediment and orange with rust, and it is because of issues like that that nearly half of tribal homes across the country do not have regular access to clean water. On Navajo Nation alone, it is 40% of homes. And to see that is really profound. To see that color of water coming out of a tap, the type of tap that has flowed clear every day in my life, and I'm sure every day in the lives of many of you, is stark. And to have those pictures and to communicate to that people who are listening far away sends a powerful message. While I was there, I also talked to Frank Pablo, who trucks water to his home in this tank. People in this community are trucking bottled water by the crate load from Albuquerque, which is at least an hour round trip, just to have clean drinking water. And some of them are filling tanks, but a lot of them are just relying on that rusty, black, orange, dirty water for showering and cleaning. And when you talk to people about not only, okay, yes, there's black water coming out of the tap, but what does that mean every day when you wake up and take a shower? How does that feel on your hair? How does that feel on your skin and nails when you have to shower with water that is not clean in the way that so many of the rest of those 40 million people get to experience every day? And describing those experiences on air, going to the place where people experience that every day, is a way to communicate really the breadth of the challenge we're facing in the Colorado River Basin. But this is also a policy story. This is Mark Begay, who has run the town's water system for 30 years. He is pointing to the path of a proposed pipeline that has been in the works since 2006. So water is on track to flow in 2023, but it has faced a lot of permitting hurdles, of funding troubles. There was a developer who held land in the way, who tried to block construction. And this represents a permanent fix. This could bring clean water to Tehajale, But the community is still really strapped for money. And even with contributions from the state, there was a lot of money in the federal infrastructure package. There is going to be a lot of maintenance and additional funding that's going to be needed to change the pipes in the town and to keep them running. And this community is one of the lucky ones. You know, the vast majority of tribal communities in the Colorado River Basin are not half as close to big cities, and they cannot afford to build pipelines like that. So when tribal leaders are saying they want more permanent funding, they want a bigger seat at the table in discussions about rights, it's not something that just happens on paper. It's something that happens in communities like Tehadjale, and it's a story that can be told through the eyes and the voices of people who have been fighting for 30 years to get clean water flowing through their city's pipes, and the stories of people who don't maybe think about the pipes, but have to wake up every day and wash their hands with water that is not clear. So another story that I think is really important here is not one that is far away, and is not one that necessarily involves the voices of people who you don't hear from too much, but it's one that is going to follow a lot of my listeners directly home. So I don't know how many people in this room can identify what that is. You might very well be able to here on the Western Slope. You might even be able to pick out exactly where it is, but this is the very earliest stages of a trans-mountain diversion. This is the Lost Man Canal up on Independence Pass, and it is taking water from the Roaring Fork watershed and sending it to the Front Range of Colorado. And it is shocking, as someone who has lived now in both, how many people on the Front Range do not know that that's how their water gets to them. But you have to tell those stories so people can understand where they fit into the bigger picture of where water is flowing to and where it's flowing from in this state. So, you know, this is a project that is going to impact, this is a project that is impacting a lot of people. The next thing I'm going to focus on is going to impact a lot of people, but it's something that happens a lot of times outside of the public eye, and it's something that's really important to bring to the public eye, because when we're talking about new conservation measures, people might not necessarily understand them if they don't understand that the water supply is not infinite, that the fact that they turn on their tap and have water flowing out every day is not something that is guaranteed. And it's not something that's coming from just down the street. It's something that's coming from across the mountains and took an awful lot of infrastructure and anti-gravity technology to make it happen. So I did a story on the construction of a new reservoir on the Front Range. This is the Chimney Hollow Reservoir. It's part of Northern Water's infrastructure in the foothills just outside of Loveland, Colorado. They're putting together the biggest dam built in the US in 25 years, and it'll be the last stop for some of that water that comes over the mountains and goes to thousands of homes north of Denver. It's the type of thing that a lot of people don't think about, and it's the type of thing that a lot of people are going to use, whether they know it or not. You could drive 15 minutes outside of the heart of the city and be at this construction site, but a lot of people aren't going to recognize that that's holding water that will flow out of their taps, and it's holding water that came from very far away. And it might sound obvious to a lot of folks in this room, but in conversations that I have at the bar with strangers, and with conversations that I have with people that I just meet, this is news. And you have to remember that a lot of folks are going to care, and they're going to be good stewards of their water if they only understand where it's coming from. And it's so important to communicate some of these base level facts. You know, and this is not just a story about building a new reservoir. It goes beyond just saying, hey, this is where your water is coming from. It's also a story about the fact that we might not always be able to fill it. You know, this project took about 2 decades to get from idea to construction, and it happened with a lot of controversy along the way. The folks on the other side of the mountains near Grand Lake, they opposed to it. It took years of permitting for this to break ground. And a lot of the people who use that water stored in it will not know about that controversy. They will see the headlines that the reservoir is there, and even if they understand that that's where they get their water from, they won't understand everything that led up to it. And that's why it's so easy to take water for granted on the Front Range, you know, when every day of your life it's just coming out of the tap the same way that it always has. But in the Colorado River Basin, it is the result of engineering marvels a lot of times, that the water keeps flowing the way it does. And I think people need to hear that. This is from another story I did recently with my colleague Luke Runyon. You might be familiar with some of his work as well. This is a really excellent story. I recommend checking it out if you haven't yet. We took a trip down to some of the furthest south reaches of the Colorado River before it turns into Lake Powell in Glen Canyon. And right now, there is an awful lot of Glen Canyon that we have not seen in quite a while that's coming back as levels in Lake Powell drop. And this is another example, I think, of a way that you can show rather than just tell. I mean, I don't know how many headlines, even national ones, have included, all right, this is how many thousand feet Lake Powell is at, this is how many thousand feet we can't let it get to. But what does that mean at Lake Powell? Like, it's one thing to see a difference of a few hundred feet or even a few dozen feet, and that means a lot to the people in this room, but that's pretty hard to process if you are just learning that Lake Powell isn't a naturally occurring lake, right? So, to tell this story, we went and looked at how the lake itself is changing. And when you can see it with your own two eyes, or you can see it in the photos we took, or hear it in the descriptions that we shared on the radio, you can understand that this is a drastic change to a big body of water. And so right here, this is an area that would have been a flat, blue lake just a few years ago. And now it's got these sketchy banks of mud sticking out, and we're navigating sections of rapids that haven't been rapids in decades. And to be there and to see the marks on the wall and to see the invasive mussels left behind by the dropping water leaves a very different impression on you than just hearing the number and hearing that it's only a few dozen feet different. Even if that means something big, you're not gonna feel it until you can see the way that the lake is changing. So, we went with people who took us on a tour of the biggest changes in that section of Cataract Canyon in Utah and the upper reaches of Lake Powell in Utah. This is Mike Dehoff, who's been a rafting guide. He runs a project called Returning Rapids there, where they're documenting those changes. And this is another example of how my job is not complete without the expertise of people who've been around a lot longer than I have. He has been a raft guide on this stretch of river for a very long time. He has seen these changes with his own two eyes, and he has made a real project out of documenting those changes, out of documenting the way that things looked before there ever was a Lake Powell, beyond just his life. And so while we were on this expedition, and it really felt like an expedition, we were documenting things that people hadn't seen in decades, camping on river beaches and taking pictures of, artifacts and rock formations and mud banks that hadn't been exposed since before I certainly was born. And to see those changes really left an impact on me. And it's something that I try to communicate when I meet people now. The scale of change is something that is not just happening in policy rooms where we are, either discussing or failing to discuss sometimes how we're going to reallocate water, but it's something that's actually happening on the ground. And one of the last things that I want to talk about is we really have to listen to the people around us when we're figuring out what's worth talking about in water. And whether that be someone that you meet at the bar, your husband or wife's friend, or your family in a different part of the country, there are people with a lot of questions about why we're doing things the way we're doing and why we're not doing things differently. And sometimes it's worth just answering them. That is why I went to go interview the ocean. It had a lot to say, but really this story was, it took me down to Carlsbad, California, where the continent's largest desalination plant is, and this was a story that started with a question. I can't tell you how many times I've had people, family members, friends, people I trust, smart people, who have said, look, I know we have the technology to desalinate water, like the entire damn Pacific Ocean is right there. Why don't we just do it? And I was like, well, I don't know. And so I wanted to have a story where I could just show them why we can't just do that, because I know there's a lot of smart people who know why we can't do it, so I needed to figure out how to bundle that and communicate that to them. So I went down to the largest desalination facility to get a sense of how it works when we're doing it at large scale, before talking to some experts about why we're not doing it at even larger scale. And the real answer is because it's expensive. A lot of people have said, yes, we have this technology, but at this point there are other less expensive technologies and practices we can implement to get water to where it's needed without having to turn to this. Yes, it works, but it should be seen as more of a last resort. Just for some context, this is the largest desal facility in the Western Hemisphere, actually, and it only provides, I believe it's between 5 and 10% of just San Diego County's water. And so to use that at a basin-wide scale is maybe not something that's feasible. And the last thing that you have to do is entertain people. You have to give them stories that they care about, that they want to hear, and also that don't really depress them. Because you cannot have these conversations without the type of climate change data that makes you want to wake up and step in front of a bus. Like, truly, as someone who is new to this beat, learning the scale of the climate challenge we're facing and learning how much of my life as a young person is going to be impacted by catastrophic changes to the natural world, it's really hard not to lose hope. And you have to give people reasons to hope. And you have to give them reasons to hope that are fun. And then, just like giving a dog its medicine and peanut butter, you can sneak in some news about water policy. So So this is a story I did about beaver meadows, and this was truly probably the most fun that I've ever had on this beat. Beaver meadows, if you can't tell by this picture, are incredibly resistant to wildfire. So in the foreground, we can see a beaver complex. Basically, the reason that they build these, they'll go in and dam up a river because, I don't know if you've ever seen a beaver, they are very clumsy walkers and runners. They got those big paddly tails and little stubby furry arms, and they are very easy prey. However, they are excellent swimmers. So they build these massive networks of channels and ponds to keep themselves alive because they can swim through them a lot faster than they can run on land. But what that does is it spreads out the water that might have been a narrow, straightforward stream and turning it into a complicated wetland that is lush with life. This is in the middle of the Cameron Peak burn scar, the largest wildfire in the history of Colorado. And based on the fact that all those trees in the background are blackened toothpicks and all the soil is ashy moon dust, you can tell that this was burning hot. And this beaver meadow never burned. The things that lived in it stayed alive and stayed green the whole time because it was so saturated. And there are instances, dozens of instances, of this happening in wildfires all across the West. So this story was an entree. This story was an entry point to get people in. And I'll tell you this is far and away the most traction I've ever gotten on a story. This was picked up by national NPR. It was the most viewed story, period, on KUNC's website for the entire year. And for me, this was like a fun little throwaway aside, but it's something that people wanted to hear. It was not hard news to swallow, even though there was real news about the water crisis and about the fact that climate change is going to make it a lot tougher. But I could only get people's attention to do that by starting with this story of resilience. And another aspect of this beaver story that played so well was who I had on hand to tell it. This is Emily Fairfax. She is a PhD eco-hydrologist. She is one of the smartest and best-spoken people I have ever met, certainly on this beat. And she is not only passionate about beavers, but incredibly talented at talking about them. And there's a reason that she is the one who has been called to speak, not only on my program, but on radio stations and TV shows across the country, because she not only knows a lot about what she's talking about, but she is very good at it. And she was fun too, she was able to talk about this in light human terms. The reason that I found this story to do was because she made a stop motion video explaining this process and posted it to Twitter. And there has been probably far more important research that I've skipped over because it came in the form of a big graph with no colors on it, and it was just easier to miss. So that brings us to the future. How do we communicate the next round of challenges? Because this is not always just about beavers, and it's not always going to have a good angle. It's going to be difficult policy solutions, and it's going to be people who are saying things that are maybe hiding a larger truth. And it's going to be a challenge that is so insurmountable, or at least so difficult to surmount, that a lot of smart people who have put a lot of time and energy to this are still balking at finding solutions. And that is really where you folks come in. This is going to be a question not just of policy and backrooms, but it's going to be a question, like we heard earlier on one of these panels, of hearts and minds, of getting people to care about conservation, of getting people to care about changes in the economy, of getting people to care about their role in using water in this 40 million person basin. So the challenge is now to you, people who work at NGOs, people who work in governments, people who work in science, that if you have something you care about and you want other people to care about it, you have to figure out how to get them to do it. And sometimes that's going to be through me. It's going to be through conversations with me and my colleagues. Sometimes it's through media that you can put out yourselves. But there is a lot in this basin that people don't necessarily know, and there's a lot that they're ready to know. There's a profound appetite for people to connect the dots, understand their role in the changing natural world, understand their role in the future of policy. I can tell you that people in my generation are ready to be part of those conversations, but they're not going to know how to do it unless they have the ammo to do it. That's all I have for you today, and I'd love to take some questions. I can hear you.
One interesting, wonderful story. Have you done
I have done a little bit of coverage on tree rings, nothing too in-depth, but I've talked to Connie Woodhouse down in Arizona and learned about the historical context for some of these droughts, which I know captures big headlines. And that's one of the other things, too, is part of the challenge of my job is not only reporting when there are big headlines, because that's when the New York Times and CNN are going to swoop in and do their sort of, quarterly piece on the Colorado River crisis, but it's filling the gaps in between, right? Because the Colorado River does not go to sleep and die every time, we're not having a federal shortage declaration. Like, there are smaller policy changes and there are new updates to the science that have profound impacts on what happens in those policy discussions and federal shortage declarations. And we have to make sure that we keep people's attention in the middle.
Thanks, Alex. We're so fortunate here in Colorado that we've got that Basin Roundtable process that hundreds of people across the state are involved in water policy development. I was wondering, have you read the draft Colorado Water Plan put out by the CWCV?
I have indeed.
Okay, great. Provide us some comments about what we can do better, how we can get that message out across to people and do the impacts that you're talking about.
I think the more you can do to hook people in with the basics. I'll tell you this, people love fun facts. Actually, last night I was having dinner at the hotel where I was staying, and the waitress asked, what I was in town for, and I said, I'm in town to speak at a conference tomorrow, it's about the Colorado River, and she goes, great, tell me a fun fact. And I had to rack my brain, and I said, well, 80% of the water falls on the western slope, 80% of the people live on the eastern side, and we've got all these pipes and tunnels to move it around. She was like, I never knew that. And that is something that happens every day. Like when I'm talking to other 20-somethings in Fort Collins, the amount of people who are dependent on Colorado River water and don't know a lick about it love those fun facts. And I have had people who will hear one of those and then tell me the next time they hear something in the news that kind of has that fun fact as a part of it. So I think, A, doing that, and then B, the more you can do to take people to these places and not just read it on a report, but see it happen, is so valuable. I mean, the amount that I was like, yeah, sure, we've got these big reservoirs in the foothills, that's where all the Front Range water comes from. And then I went up to, the construction for Chimney Hollow, and I'm standing next to these dump trucks that are 3-4 times my height, and I am looking at this giant chasm where we're about to, fill it with diverted water. And the effect that had on me went so much further than reading the numbers, than I'm someone who thinks about these things regularly, but seeing it and feeling it made a big difference. And I mean, it is not a challenge to get Coloradoans out in nature, and I think once they're out there, meeting them with facts and information about water and trying to create a connection between them and the natural world is something that's going to go a long way.
I just want to say thank you, and I really appreciate your and all of the media that we have here in Colorado in the West, and your efforts on water, whether it's Aspen Journalism, whether it's Colorado Sun, whether it's you, Sammy Roth, Ian James, all those people that we all read. And I want to ask what, other than donating to KUNC, donating to Aspen Journalism, donating to Colorado Sun, what can we do to help support to make sure that you guys continue to tell these important stories that really help all of us, even though we might sometimes also be in difficult positions trying to answer your questions?
Yeah, well, it's an excellent question. I mean, I'll reiterate that. Definitely support your local public radio station. But I mean, truly, the biggest thing you can do is make yourself available. The amount of times that I have been looking for an expert in some niche topic, or someone who is on the ground, who's maybe hard to find, whether it be a rancher or whether it be someone who has generational levels of connection to the land and has a ton of knowledge, but is kind of hard to find. That's a lot of times. And the more that you can do to find good voices to tell those stories and put them forth is really helpful. And I'll say, even on a one-to-one level, I will be sticking around for the happy hour. I'm not going to pass up a free beer. Please come up to me and tell me what's going on in your neck of the woods. This does not happen without expertise on the ground. I am not a hydrologist. I do not have a degree in this, but I understand that I have a responsibility to tell your stories accurately and to tell the stories of what's going on in places that I have not spent a lot of time. And the more that I can lean on help from people who are on the ground, the better I will be able to fulfill that responsibility. So please come up to me at the end of this session or during the happy hour and help me understand your area better. And if there's something else that you're seeing that's not being covered, reach out to someone about it. Go to a reporter at the Colorado Sun, at Aspen Journalism, at, in the Lower Basin, the LA Times, and the Arizona Republic, who can responsibly share your stories. I mean, put yourself forward.
Hi, my name is Mitch. I work for HRS Water Consultants here in Grand Junction. I'm a hydrogeologist. And I've been sitting here today and I'm hearing this phrase status quo a lot, like status quo, status quo. But I'm curious where you're seeing innovation on the Colorado River. And you're talking about, this new reservoir on the Front Range. Well, here in our backyard, Excel Energy has proposed a massive hydroelectric plant in Unaweep Canyon, which is a very beautiful untouched canyon here. And to me, it just seems like we're putting Band-Aids on a really big wound. So yeah, my question is, where do you see innovation overtaking the status quo?
That's an excellent question. At the highest policy level, not a lot. I'm seeing a lot of status quo. I'm, like a lot of other people, it's kind of on the edge of my seat to see when that'll break. I'm seeing more innovation in kind of the on-the-ground conservation and controlling consumption side. My most recent story I actually published like 2 days ago is about a ton of investment that's going into this recycled water project down with the Metropolitan facility in Carson, California, where they're quite literally taking wastewater, they're taking sewage and turning it back into potable water at a huge scale. And the really interesting thing about that is it's gotten upwards of $1 billion combined dollars in investment from SNWA and from CAP and ADWR. And that, to me, is kind of innovative. I mean, it's not across lower basin and upper basin, but to see that kind of investment across state lines, to put money into a technology that's going to help with some of that demand control is innovation in a way, I think.
Hi, I liked your story about your friend, the beaver scientist, who's very good at communicating science. I'm sure there's several scientists in here. The issue of hard, heavy science being communicated to the average layperson is starting to be recognized, and we are trying to address this. Could you please give us some insight into what you have noticed is actually effective in ways that we can communicate science better to the general public?
That's a really excellent question. This is something that I think about. A lot of my friends, I live in Fort Collins, so are CSU PhDs and grad students and people who are kind of on the other side of that coin. And I have these conversations all the time, and it's a really hard one to answer. The thing that I feel like has helped me understand science that goes over my head is the more you can give me concrete real-world examples. One that was in this recycled water story, for example, someone was talking in, I guess it was actually like gallons per day, but whether it's gallons or acre feet, like these are terms that people have no concept for. And I said, geez, well that's like a lot of water. Like how much water is that? And she said, it's enough to fill 6 Costco warehouses every day. And I was like, oh, of course, that's a ton of water. And so the more that you can just give examples like that and find comparisons that help cross boundaries when people don't understand technical language, that's so valuable. Finding ways to connect it to people's lives, like I said, is when you're telling stories about where water flows. It's not just that it's flowing to urban and suburban municipalities, it is flowing to your kitchen sink, like speaking in direct terms that people can interact with, can go home and turn on their kitchen sink and think about that water flowing. There's a few different tips that I've heard that have all worked with mixed success to me. One thing that someone said to me was, ask your source to explain it to you like they are talking to their senile grandmother. Ask their source to explain it to you like they are yelling science to their buddy across the bar after he's had a few drinks. But basically just breaking it down into smaller words. Like Emily, the beaver scientist, gave me this great challenge. She said, tell me what your job is in 4-letter words. And I was like stuck. I couldn't do it. And the more that I had to think about it, I was finally able to get there, and you really have to dumb it down, and that's sort of the opposite end of the spectrum. But exercises like that make you think about, all right, if I can't use words like eco-hydrology, what do I use instead? And that's something that I think a lot of people are struggling with here. And it's something that a lot of scientists I've talked to have struggled with, is that they have really powerful messages. They have like really groundbreaking findings, or findings that are going to be very important to informing how we make decisions with our water, but they aren't necessarily able to communicate it. And so the more that you can just practice saying it in smaller terms, in relatable terms, and getting the jargon out. Honestly, that's what this boils down to, is it is very difficult for people who have been in the law world and in the science world for long enough that they've only been able to get to that status by using industry level terms that let you get more and more specific, but that just doesn't carry weight with regular people. Like, you have to find a way to find synonyms that make sense. Yeah. So I think that'll wrap it up.
Thank you, Alex, so much for that perspective. I think that was very welcome. Our next panel is going to shift gears a little bit, and we'll be discussing the U.S. Department of Agriculture and federal programs that can assist Western Colorado's producers in mitigating the impacts of drought, as well as federal policies that may address the economics of farming and ranching in an increasingly more arid West. To do this today, we are welcoming to the stage two speakers who will be sitting down with Zane Kessler, our Director of Government Relations. The first is Gloria Montaño Greene, who is the USDA Deputy Under Secretary for Farm Production and Conservation. Appointed to Deputy Under Secretary for this position in 2021, Montaño Greene is a former State Executive Director for the Farm Service Agency in Arizona, a position that she was appointed to by President Obama. With FSA in Arizona, Montaño Greene led implementation of the 2013 Farm Bill programs across the state. Joining her on stage is also Paul Boucher, a Grand County rancher, RCPP recipient, and board member at CWCB, Colorado Water Conservation Board, since we're going to try not to use acronyms. Paul Boucher is the Colorado Main Stem representative. He is the fifth generation of the Boucher family to farm and ranch in Colorado. He currently operates the family ranch near Kremling with his brother and father. Paul and his family raise cattle and irrigate with water from the Colorado River, the Williams Fork River, and Reeder Creek. Working in agriculture and being a fishing guide has given Paul a unique perspective on water resources. Thank you all.
Thank you, Lindsay. Glad to be up here one more time this afternoon. Again, I think the theme that we had over lunch of bringing our local producers together with our folks within the state administration over lunch is that we're doing the same thing here. And I like the optics and the idea of having conversations between folks like Gloria that are doing the work in DC and the hard work to roll out programs and provide resources to the West to help us deal with the ongoing drought and the impacts that that has on our producers, with folks like Paul, who many of you know. Paul's got an incredible story of work that he and his family have done on the Upper Colorado. Before we go there, though, I want to give a few minutes to Gloria to just talk to us. It's been a busy week at USDA. You guys have had some pretty major announcements. Tell us what we need to know, and tell us a little bit about yourself.
Well, thank you, first of all, for inviting me to Colorado. This is my 5th state in 4 days, so it's very, not including layover, so very excited because I got to see gorgeous mountains and get this beautiful thing called rain on me while I was waiting for my lift, so it was really nice. So I'm Gloria Montaño Greene. I'm the Deputy Under Secretary of Farm Production and Conservation at USDA. And you might be wondering, what is farm production and conservation? But many of you are familiar with the programs that it oversees. So it's the Farm Service Agency, Natural Resources Conservation Services, Risk Management Agency, and then an internal operations agency called the Business Center. Has about 20,000 employees throughout the country and about 2,000 offices. I think besides, and I haven't fact checked this, but this is my personal opinion, besides the post office, I think we probably have the biggest touch base throughout the country and Puerto Rico and the territories. And many of you probably have worked really closely with our NRCS office. I want to be able to recognize Clint Evans, who is one of the most stellar state conservationists in the country and creative individuals. So I know there's going to be minimal complaints because he's very creative in making sure there's flexibility in our program. So, and his team that have really worked really intensely to help meet the needs and to be able to help implement our programs. So you know those 4 agencies. I think the greatest thing is, right, to be able to talk back to our the previous speaker, is making sure we break it down. If you're in agriculture, you know USDA exists. If you're not in agriculture, you probably don't know USDA exists as well. If you're caring about some environmental impacts, if you're caring about wildlife, if you're wanting to understand water, you understand USDA exists. If you're not in those spaces, you probably don't understand why USDA and the purpose it serves. But for us, we know farming, ranching, and forestry work is probably some of the riskiest business in the country, in the world. And you need to be able to have some support. So we provide a safety net. We provide disaster programs, we do risk management, we do conservation tools. How do we make sure that ag continues to exist in this country? How do we strengthen agriculture, and how do we move forward? So we do several programs. I just want to be able to talk with regards to implementation. On the Farm Service Agency, we have several conservation programs. We have a lot of farm programs, and we have a lot of disaster programs. At the moment, we are implementing about $10 billion worth of disaster relief for the need that went above and beyond of what our permanent disaster programs are. We had to do an ad hoc program. We worked to be able to think about how we could streamline those and be able to leverage data and later leverage information. So we have the Emergency Livestock Relief Program that was launched in March. The way that we implemented it, payments went to those impacted farmers, those impacted ranchers, probably 2 days after we announced the program. We also implemented the Emergency Relief Program to be able to, and we're doing that in a couple phases, to be able to provide individuals some support and some relief that are impacted by drought and other disasters. Those payments went out probably like in early May, about a week and a half after we announced those programs. So we know we have about $7 billion out the door to be able to cover 2020 and 2021 disaster losses. And I just wanted to share that because I think there's a lot of conversation about what's happening this week for us. And then this week, which the Secretary of Agriculture will actually be in Colorado on Monday, so he'll be talking a little bit more in depth, and the Secretary of Colorado here talked about it at lunchtime as well. So the U.S. Secretary of Agriculture will be in Colorado, I should say, is the Climate Smart, Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities. So when we're talking about the work today, is understanding the impact that's happened with climate change and what that means, or whatever you want to call it. So for us, we hear from the farmers and ranchers who are probably on the front line of being able to see all the changes that are happening with climate, that are happening with weather, that are happening with wildlife, that are happening of, just the dirt, right? Like the soil, and being able to understand what is changing, what are the pattern changes, things aren't normal. And that's kind of really, what it has. And is it just like a one time, this is just a 1 year, or just like, every 2 years I keep on saying things aren't normal. So we understand that the impacts of climate change are actually hitting farming and ranching at a higher level. It's one on the front lines. And so how are we thinking about resiliency? On the consumer end of it, because sometimes, we, wake up every day, what we eat and what we wear doesn't happen without hard work from farms and ranchers. And so the other demand is you have a whole industry and you have a whole consumer that is trying to figure out like what is being done in agriculture, and hearing where is agriculture and greenhouse gases and agriculture and water use and agriculture and all these things that are concerns of climate change. And there's consumers' demand for what are we thinking about climate smart, and are there climate smart markets? And so how do we be able to match those two worlds? So the climate smart, the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities is to be able to think about, let's know what USDA knows. USDA does voluntary work and incentivizes voluntary practices. I'm so glad that I am not a regulatory arm. Right? Because we've got to be able to think about how we're flexible. So if we know voluntary practices and incentivized practices help individuals transition, can we think about creating a market program on climate smart commodities to be able to help farmers, ranchers, and forest landowners that want to be able to do this, to be able to have some support? And for those that have had some early adoption and want to be able to think about how you're moving this to scale, how are you measuring your greenhouse gas emissions, how are you measuring that resiliency to be able to make these markets, and how you're incentivizing. So that's really what was announced. It wasn't something we created in a vacuum. It had a lot of requests for information, a lot of stakeholder groups, a lot of direct individuals having comments over several months in 2021 to be able to create this program. And we announced the opportunity in February for about $1 billion. The Secretary on Wednesday announced $2.8 billion in 70 projects across the country. All 50 states are covered, multiple commodities were covered, and in Colorado you guys have quite a few. But I want to also say that within those projects, right, and to be able to break it down for the advice I was given, it's not just 70 projects and $2.8 billion. It's over 25 million acres of working lands that are going to be covered in that. And that can be broken down individually in communities. But what it means for communities is like some part of like how are they being invested in to be able to strengthen their market, have revenue, and have some longevity in the work that they're doing. But in those projects, we also had quite a few that focus on drought and drought resilience. So there's about 5, 6, or 7 of them in the country to be able to think about what is those market supports and those market transitions. And so that's why it's a pretty exciting week for us. Yesterday I got to go see a herd of buffalo in Oklahoma City that are going to be impacted, be able to be invested in, to be able to think about that market and that regenerative agriculture that can be moving forward. And then finally, if I could just say, right, less than a month ago, the President signed the Inflation Reduction Act. And I think there's a lot of conversations about what the Inflation Reduction has, but for agriculture, there's about almost $20 billion in conservation programs that are in there. And there's a lot of great things and a lot of great opportunities. It's a little scary and intimidating, to be quite honest, to hear that that's the dollar you got to be thinking about to put out the door. But it's also whenever you hear what the needs are and what the requests are and what the concerns are coming from every state and every part of the country, the things that we can be able to do to be able to help rise and meet to the occasion. And those programs that got authorized and got that funding are usually pretty flexible. Some of them are individual based, some of them are landscape based, some are ones that you guys have already done in the state. So can we learn and can we scale those a little bit more to be able to think and meet the needs that we have to do? So I'll just share that I think, you know, one of the great things at USDA is we are pretty exclusively focused, well not exclusively, we do everything, a little bit of everything. But how do we think about strengthening agriculture? How do we meet people and connect individuals to remember the value that agriculture has to their lives, and pretty much their lives can't exist without it?
Thank you. I'm going to turn to Paul now. I think a lot of the work that you and your family have done, many of us are aware of certain projects you've done, but it's been focused on resilience, resiliency in the face of drought, adaptation to a changing environment, and the impacts that that changing environment have on your operation in Grand County. Talk to us about your projects, and specifically what are some of those USDA programs that you mentioned that you all have relied on?
Thank you, Zane. Thanks to the River District and Colorado Mesa University. It's an honor to be up here with Gloria and an honor to be in Mesa County. So resilience is a very interesting term, you know, when it comes to agriculture, and we can look at it a lot of different ways. But being a rancher and a fishing guide, in the early 2000s, you know, at the headwaters of the Colorado River, we clearly identified that we had challenges to face, and we had an uphill road to go. We started working that from a collaborative standpoint in kind of a slow progress that eventually led to a combined application from a group of ranchers closer to the Kremling area, connected to another group of partners for what at the time was known as the Windy Gap Bypass, now known as the Colorado River Connectivity Channel. In 2016, we were successful in that regional conservation partnership program and awarded money to go to work. And I could not be more excited today to tell you, not all from federal programs, but the group of ag producers in Grand County, between partnership and investment, have implemented over $6 million worth of project improvements in Grand County, and the Colorado River Connectivity Channel is underway. And I don't think that any of that would have happened without partnership from NRCS and the opportunity for that regional conservation partnership program. I know that within this, no one wants to hear a giant list of partners, but I debated this, and based on the other conversations that happened today, because this is very important to me. We've got the NRCS, we've got the Colorado Water Conservation Board, the Colorado River District, the Colorado Basin Roundtable, Northern Water, Denver Water, Colorado Parks and Wildlife, Grand County Government, Colorado State University, Utah State University, Division of Water Resources, Trout Unlimited, American Rivers, the Nature Conservancy, a pile more on a more minimal level. And the most important thing is a community of ag producers who are willing to adapt their operations and focus on the future and how we could be resilient into the future. And that kickoff all was based on the program offered through the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, and we were very proud of it.
Awesome, thank you. Speaking of RCPP, our senior U.S. Senator in Colorado, Michael Bennett, likes to highlight the fact that RCPP was really the idea of some of our producers in Delta County, and the River District worked closely with USDA and producers in Delta to pursue a project that ended up leveraging something like $40 million in investment to help with on and off farm improvements. More recently, we have the connectivity channel, which obviously was a huge NRCS project and a project of many others. The programs we're talking about have had a real and meaningful impact on Colorado, on our water use, on our producers, on the way that we save water, but no program is perfect. So help us understand, Gloria, how can producers like Paul, how can entities like the River District best work with USDA when things aren't working perfectly? Because I think we have to be candid and have a conversation about how sometimes nobody bats 1,000. How can we best provide input to the administration, to USDA to improve and do better?
Yeah, well, I'm just going to go ahead and start with the Inflation Reduction Act. And sorry for the acronym soup, I will, right? But like you do have EQIP, which the environmental quality, that's the cue. I always just EQIP because then it just becomes, but you have the Regional Conservation Partnership Program, which is the landscape and the conservation stewardship program. And so there are major investments that need to happen there. And the conversation as we implement the Inflation Reduction Act is, yes, the great thing is there are already existing programs, but we need to find out where there's abilities to streamline, abilities to improve practices, abilities, if there's not statute limitations, can we adjust them? So I think that's the first. And so if there are some clear recommendations or some recommendations of this is what it looks like, why there's been concerns, why I haven't been able to move forward applications as a collective, I think now's the time to do it because we're in a different phase of it versus continuously enrolling year by year the respective program. I think the most important part of the way that NRCS and FSA works is the partnership that happens with communities. And so it's a two-way dialogue, right? It's understanding that sometimes in those analysis and the assessments that both have to come to the table and have the responsiveness to be able to adjust and to have flexible whatever timelines changing or whatever needs happen. And I just think making sure that they're conversation constantly. The programs at NRCS, they've evolved from 15, 20, 30 years ago, even a couple years ago, and a lot of it's based on feedback of constant concerns. Other things that happen is we are guided at USDA by the Farm Bill that happens every 5 years. So the 2023 Farm Bill is up for discussion, up for movement, and so making sure and thinking about if there's some items that you keep on hearing, those are statutory. Is this an opportunity to make an education to change those? Or if you really like programs, it's an opportunity to make sure to educate folks of why those are programs that need to stay in existence and move forward. But I guess the other part is just thinking of sometimes we bat 1,000, sometimes we don't. And word of mouth is the strongest thing we have sometimes. So we have a high increase of adoption when that storytelling occurs from local to local. We also have a high concern of people that's likely to come based on one experience that just might have been an off day. So I just think making sure, right, that it is like a continuous way of like what are improvements and possibilities and opportunities that you can have with us.
Paul, you do a good job at storytelling. Tell us about the impact that some of these programs have had on your operation, but also those areas of improvement. What is your criticism? How can we improve and work together with USDA to make sure that these programs are working to meet the specific needs of water users here on the Western Slope.
Thanks, Zane. So by definition of the group of producers that were in the project, there's 12 different producers. And in 02 and 03, up in the headwaters, there was a lower flow river than really we'd ever seen in a modern era, to a point that not any of those ag producers really had availability to access the water in the river to irrigate their properties. And I think there was a general mood over time in Grand County, which is the state's most heavily trans-basin diverted county, that there was kind of this feeling of hopelessness. All these agreements had been made, and now here we sit in a modern river system. And we went to work and said, well, are we going to give up, or are we going to go make this better? And that pile of partners that I had read to you, gave incredible inspiration for the opportunity to do that. I think that the general dialogue that was occurring, I don't think many of my ag neighbors that are multi-generation would still be in the valley without this project having occurred. We have seen a river system in Grand County that historical peak flows prior to trans-basin diversions or reservoir storage was over 6,000 cubic feet per second. And the last week of May and first week of June, for the last 3 years, we have not seen over 180 cubic feet per second in the prime of our irrigation season. That being said, everywhere that we have gone to work, everybody was irrigating. The knowledge that we've gained from other water conservation projects and other things that we've done, using our water to the best that we can, we've come a very long way within that community. It not only has been within the ag community itself, but it's neat to see how that occurs within the broader community. I guess it's a good time in the afternoon to tell a story about a liquor store, but one of the boards that I sit on, at a fundraising event, it's our job to go find some wine on donation. And the largest donor of wine to an event hosted in Denver is a little liquor store in Kremling that believes so much in what we're doing with water that that's her impact for the year to give back. And I think it's a pretty powerful piece to see the way that that's spread across the community and the support that we receive. That also being said, before we go to the negatives.
Not negative.
Not negatives.
Yeah, critiques.
The champions that we've worked with to get this done, Gloria pointed out that Clint Evans is here, his leadership and being a champion for us. We will miss John Andrews so much as the state conservation engineer. He has been such a champion to get stuff through and to work with us and be incredibly flexible. It's been a wonder to work with. But that within it, we've had our moments of seeing struggles within flexibility, kind of twofold. One within this latest go-around of supply chain and inflation, the timing of when certain contracts were signed, and then what those values of contracts were and the price increases. We've seen some great challenges in. We also, when we applied for a program in 2016, and then we're working with a dynamic river. In 2016, we thought we were really smart and knew everything that it would take to solve our problems. And then it turns out the wildfire season of 2020, East Troublesome and Williams Fork Fire are direct watersheds to where this area occurs. And we've seen a river system that looks, now we need some different changes than we thought we needed in 2016. And so some of the flexibility within some of the dollars that were applied for between technical assistance and financial assistance. But again, I stress that Clint has been awesome working with us. It's not a dead end road, but the program generally set up a little bit rigid that week. Capacity, and especially gearing up on dollars. I think the biggest hurdle in our area, we've had some great local folks, a little bit of backlog within the technical assistance on some more complex engineering projects from the NRCS. And then, just generally, we're fortunate to have partners that have to work on these things a lot more than I do, but the process is complicated, generally speaking, to go through. And if there's ways to simplify and streamline, because I think that there's a general conversation, and the whole point and topic of this seminar is that we've identified that funding is necessary and needed. We have all these projects to do, so I'm in the mood. Let's go do them. Let's make the system better.
Well, speaking of funding, I think in the last year or so, we've seen some pretty massive investments, from the bipartisan infrastructure package to the Inflation Reduction Act. It's always great to know that there's money coming. One thing that we on our team at the River District have tried to do is look at, okay, these are 5-10-year investments in some cases. Gloria, I'm hoping you can expound just a little bit more on what is the USDA's vision, or it seems like there's going to be some transformative change to some of these programs and some massive influx of funding into them for years to come. Talk to us about that and what's the plan?
Well, I can just say for the bipartisan infrastructure law, I think most of the funds that we received at NRCS have been implemented. We got those out pretty aggressively. We worked to make sure that we were looking at some of the projects of high need, but also some of the communities that had not been served. So there's an initiative of the Justice 40 looking at those communities that have traditionally had high need, but maybe hadn't been able to come to the table in some of the unique ways, some of the ways that they've had to do the investment. So those are already out the door, and those are multiple year projects, right? Because a lot of the work that we're talking about, we can think about seeding them or trying to even gather these conversations because we have to get the trust for individuals to actually want to participate in this process, and it's going to take multiple years. With the Inflation Reduction Act, there are specific dollars per year that will be given to us as outlined on the language. So fiscal year 23 will have a bump, a greater bump than what we're used to having in those programs, but it's not going to be all of it's coming in the first year, and there are some limitations. So what we're looking at is how do we make sure to implement some of the requirements that are in there? So looking at the environmental requirements and demands, looking at what are some of the simplification, what have been some of the customer experiences with it to have that information, and also listening to the experts and gathering a group of the state cons that have been doing this the most to be able to find out where can we find those flexibilities. Looking at some investments on water, right? Knowing some of the practices we have. RCPP, the Regional Conservation Program, already has specific areas of targeting. So can we be thinking about increased targeting in those areas and education in those communities? Maybe some that have already had previous rules, and can we have learnings to be able to implement and double down on those further? It's going to take a lot of planning of program. It's going to take program of need. We know that these are already oversubscribed programs, so in some ways the dollar amount is pretty great. I'll just say for the Climate Smart Partnership, the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities, when we implemented it, we put $1 billion out there. We received over $20 billion in application. So that tells us there's a need and a desire out in the community. Of course, we can't fund them all. And we didn't fund quite a bit of the very high scoring ones and high technical sound because you have a limitation of dollars. So are there ways and some things that are already there for the desire for adoption and implementation that we can be a little bit more aggressive? But, you know, I think we have the first year's got a bump, and we want to look to be able to see where we're going to have some targeting and some specific focus. You know, I'm from Arizona, and the drought stuff is pretty concerning, and are there some ways that we can be able to look at focusing on the drought and some of the water resilience work that needs to be happening, not just in the West, but even in the plains and the emerging Southeast that's getting it?
I want to go back to a project you're working on with regards to perennials and thinking about these shifts that need to occur if ag's going to remain viable, if we're going to continue to have good crops. We can't continue to do things like we've always done them. We're going to have to change some things in that hotter, drier future. Paul, talk to us a little bit about the project that you're undertaking to look at perennials and different crop types and drought resilience.
Thanks, Zane. So this all basically spun out of the water conservation project that was sponsored by the Colorado Basin Roundtable and funded largely by the Colorado Water Conservation Board that was first implemented in 2020. Simple version is that we dried up about 1,000 acres and then deficit irrigated about 200 acres in the summer of 2020, all for purposes of research related to understanding consumptive use of high altitude perennials and different ways of measuring that from on the ground and fancy things. It's now called a water molecule counter. It used to be called an eddy covariance tower, but we changed the term. remote sensing, all this neat stuff that was largely led by wishes and concerns of Dr. Perry Cabot. And then also very important within that, the ag recovery in it, and very key to stress that was not a demand management program. It was really trying to get good data in science, knowing that the scarcity that we're facing. So within doing that, it's been pretty fascinating, and I think for a lot of this audience, a lot of this stuff can be read in books, it's taught in education, but it's neat to see it at bigger scale. So some of these fields that we did not irrigate, and then we frankly abused with livestock. 2020 was a rough year with fires. People's cows were getting kicked off forest permits earlier than normal. We didn't have anywhere to go. And it was pretty fascinating to see that we had some pretty good successes in interseeding more drought resilient plants in those fields than were really expected, and many of those fields being in a sod-bound condition, a very low rooting and dense rooting plant type. And then we also noticed within that project, again, this is pretty obvious, but it's neat to see at scale, fields that had deeper rooting plants, many intermediate wheatgrasses, and many different legumes, along with even keeping it in the grass family with meadow brome versus smooth brome. It was fascinating to see the recovery rates. So that project, there were meadows that the following year after drying it out, 100% came back to production in the 101, 102% total volume category. And then there were meadows that were just hovering just barely above 70% recovery. And if we looked at the species of forage that were grown, pretty straightforward. And then within that, the topic often, at this seminar today, it's big river concepts, it's the big picture. But we also saw in 2020 and 2021, locally in Grand County on a tributary ranch operation of a very, very good friend of mine, a smaller tributary. He is both physically and legally #1 on this creek. 25 years of irrigating this place, and he's never been short on water supply for irrigation. And in 2020 and 2021, both those summers, he didn't have enough water to even spread to get his entire meadow covered. And so when I think about it this way, it's not just about thinking forward on how we find ways to save water for the system or save water for different setups. It's also just about our survivability. Is if we have a water-sucking plant that's shallow rooting that we don't have water supply to access in the headwaters, that's not good. If we have plants that can be more resilient, that's how the neighbors will stay in business. And so, pretty fun thing down the road. We are working with another slew of partners. I talked him out of applying for the Conservation Innovation Grant yesterday. Yeah, that'll be next year. We're going to take some baby steps, but a neat group of partners working on some plants. Many of them not new to the world, just plants really that have a chance of rooting deeper, being more flexible with water supply, and also some plants that can grow, hopefully producing nutrition value for as a feed value that also just consume less water. And so we will be working that in years to come with continued partners, and I'm very excited about it.
I'm going to switch over to Gloria and talk about innovation and specifically the Conservation Innovation Grants. I think a lot of the work that Paul and others on the Western Slope are doing in that space, well, it's clearly innovative, but it brings with it a risk of failure. We don't know that some of the work that Paul's done would work. Talk to us about USDA's investments in innovation and the CIG and some of that, and the willingness to risk failure.
Well, I think I'll even take a step back, right? That's the Partnership for Climate Smart Commodities. And so that is to create climate smart commodities, which is a huge risk for individuals to want to transition their crops or to invest those items. Conservation Innovation Grants is also those, how are we testing some ideas, how are we investing in some possibilities that are outside our program. And I'm really hoping everything is very successful in what we do. But what we're going to do is we're going to get data and learn from it. And the data is going to tell us what can we grow to scale, what can we inform others to grow to scale. Or the data might tell us this is really not maybe the best practice to be using in this part of the country on this type of crop or on this, with this livestock. So I think, it's always really great to talk about successes. And we should, because once you have a success, that storytelling, that likelihood for greater adoption starts occurring. Because you don't really want to transition from flood irrigation to precision, drip if you don't see somebody else doing it. And hopefully, your neighbor is successful in it, because it's going to be less likely that anybody else is going to adopt it, even though we know across the country or across the state that it is imminent going. So some of these projects will probably show that this is not a route to go. And I guess one of the beauty of our programs is we're just investing in that risk, that reduction of it, to be able to provide that safety net, and to be able to say that might not be. But most of the stuff we start going through do have some growth, or in working with their technical assistants or working with their local office have shown if you adjust this in the management process, or if you're able to respond to changes, you can move forward. So I guess I kind of think of us helping to reduce the risk by having some of these investments with the respective programs. And I think that's why it's beneficial to be able to move forward with them. And thankfully and hopefully it's in the next Farm Bill to be able to have at least these programs or more.
I appreciate that. One thing we've seen in the North Fork Valley is that word of mouth, that observation of neighbors does matter. When one person moves to a more efficient system and is getting a higher yield in their product and using less water, more and more members of the community and producers down the road are willing to go down that route. Paul, talk to us about what you've seen in that respect in Grand County and how some of these initial investments have snowballed throughout the community.
Thanks, Zane. So one of the local producers that was part of this project, by definition, was probably the largest naysayer of some of our projects, where one of the goals of it was to re-elevate the river, and instead of taking our pump systems and ditches and chasing the water down, we said, let's build that low flow channel and we'll bring the water table back up. And so at the time, engineered grade control riffles in a river the size of the Colorado River was relatively, I would say, innovative and I'm not going to use that word. Innovative is the right word. And this one gentleman was definitely a naysayer to it. And after the construction of our second grade control riffle, he basically watched us for 4 hours in cleanup mode, standing on the bank, and we kept working, and then we were kind of buttoning up for the day parking equipment. Time for high fives, we finished another one, and he came up and he said, "That's pretty cool. I'd kind of like one of those." And I was like, "That's awesome, and fortunately for the programs we're in, you can apply and we can build one." That also, within some of the other river stuff, I should have stressed in the beginning, our project was really balanced between very focused on ag to be able to have us be able to improve our systems and especially be able to divert at low flows, but also that river through there that's seeing such a lower flow. At 180 CFS, the Colorado River there, if it's 280 feet wide, it flows at about 2 inches deep. And so recreating that low flow channel by looking at that and at a low flow river, bringing that down to 120 feet, maybe in certain circumstances even more narrow than that, which I'm proud to say based on that project, we benefit also in this reach from cold water coming out of Williams Fork Reservoir, so I want to stress that. But the upper Colorado River from above the confluence of the Fraser on the Fraser River clear to Rifle this year had voluntary or mandatory water fishing closures. And we monitor river temps flowing into the ILVK property and flowing out of, and the locations that we've really targeted this work. The river did not increase in heat, and we had no closure requests of this whatsoever. And I was very proud of that, and irrigators were still irrigating. And so balanced project between environmental needs and also ag needs. I almost forgot what you asked me. The other story that I was going to, my good, dear friend and true neighbor, when we first do these, we give a real conceptual design, throw it to the landowner and see what they think when it's in river stuff. And we gave him one that had quite a bit of wood involved for restoration. And he really likes to work toothpicks, and he was telling me how he didn't understand why we would ever put wood in a river. Rock is a lot better, and he wanted rock, and he wanted a lot of it. And so that's what was designed, and that's what we built for round number one. It was great. My family had a project that was actually similar in design to what his was, that used a lot of that wood. And I was on the riverbank with him looking at that project, and he's working the toothpick, and he says, "That's really neat. The next one you can design, you can go ahead and use wood." And I was like, "Cool." And I think that everywhere we go in that, you see it, because it is an interesting thing, especially for a gentleman like that to look at it. And why would you restore a river with wood? That's confusing. Let's use some rock. And so I think that with all these programs and projects, and that's what I hope, that this happens, is I'm so proud of our successful story, but the reality of the size of the Colorado River Basin is this is a very small area. And so I hope people look at what we have done, how we have built the collaboration, what we've done for successes, and then it's able to translate in other areas of the basin that need some of this assistance too.
I'm getting the signal from my team that we're close to wrapping up. Maybe I'll, before I provide concluding remarks, ask Gloria if there's anything else we need to know or anything that you need to impart on us from DC.
I feel like I've just shared, right? We have a pretty intense work ahead of us with the Inflation Reduction Act and the implementation, about $19.5 billion. Very thankful for it. I don't know, after a few months of no sleep, maybe I won't be, but I think the ability to hear and what the needs are within the items of the program, where we can find those efficiencies, those streamlining, because the customer experience aspect of it needs to be included, and you're the customer. And so what worked well, right, what is hard to be able to go, there are certain things we can't waive. Certain programs do have cost share requirements, so I just want to be fair on that part. But, I feel that the history of NRCS is they've always been attuned to the climate and attuned to what needs to happen for helping farmers, from its beginning in the Dust Bowl to its now in the 20-year long-term drought. So we've been partners. We have the record of it. That trust is there, but that trust is from word of mouth. So if there's any help that you guys can do, just making sure that your neighbors, just make sure to think of us as a partner implementing these programs. Because the resilience is just a word. Sometimes when there's crises, it's easier to adopt. And the more we can get ahead of the crises, it'd be better for collaboration.
Thank you. I want to take just a second and thank you for coming out, but thank the entire USDA team. Clint Evans has, as Paul mentioned, I think you gave him a shout out as well, been an excellent partner of ours. I think of the work that we do in the policy space and with programs and politics and everything else. And, we, in the water community and specifically in Western Colorado, we have longstanding relationships with the Bureau of Reclamation at Interior and with NRCS and USDA. It's good to have good working relationships, and it's good to see projects and actual implementation and real and meaningful results coming as a result of those. So thank you for coming out. Thank you for your time, and please come see us again. So thanks, Paul. All right.
All right, folks, we're coming to that point in the afternoon. I have my last panel to introduce to you. After this next panel, please be sure to hang around for a happy hour networking event. Your name tag is good for one free beverage. And we want to thank those organizations that have donated to us, the Palisade Brewing and American Rivers, who have helped provide that happy hour opportunity for you. So our last panel of the day is going to bring up three water lawyers who are going to focus on the pros and cons of HB 1041 legislation as it relates to local regulatory control over certain activities of statewide interest. I'm not going to try to explain it anymore because the lawyers are going to help me with that. We're going to have Peter Fleming, who is the general counsel for the Colorado River District, Barbara Green, who is an attorney at Sullivan Green Seavey in Denver, and Nick Damasio, a Denver water attorney. So thank you all for joining us for our last panel of the afternoon.
think they're okay. Okay, folks can hear me.
Is this on?
Is this thing on? Sounds good. Okay, I'm Peter Fleming again, General Counsel for the Colorado River District. As Lindsay was saying, we're lucky enough to have Barbara Greene with Sullivan Greene law firm join us today. Barbara is a long experience a lawyer with local government being a specialty and environmental focus. And Nick Damasio from Denver Water, who has graciously came all the way over from Denver Water to speak with us today about his views on 1041. Before we get started, I'm going to make a couple statements. I want to talk a little bit, just to give a brief introduction of what 1041 is. When I first heard it as a sort of a baby lawyer, when I first started a long, long time ago, I thought it had something to do with taxes, but I don't think it does. But the other thing I wanted to say was the apples. If you have not had one of these apples, get on it. The Palisade peaches that we have here in western Colorado, the Olathe sweet corn, they deserve every bit of praise that they get. They're fantastic. That is a really good apple. So thanks to Rogers Mesa, that's a top apple. 1041 refers to the bill number that was passed in 1974, House Bill 74-1041. And the formal title of the bill is Areas and Activities of State Interest Act. It's a lot easier to say 1041, I guess. And what 1041 does is that it gives powers to local governments to identify and regulate areas and activities of state interest through a local permitting process from that local government. Counties and municipalities primarily. It's been exercised by counties, at least to my knowledge, and allows the counties to maintain some degree of local control over activities, even if those activities are big, significant projects that have statewide import. I think it's important to remember when we talk about 1041, and I think you'll probably hear some of this from Barb and from Nick as well, how it grew about. And it came out of, in the early 70s, the effort to implement statewide land use planning in Colorado. There used to be a Colorado Land Use Commission. That sort of quickly fell out of favor, and the Land Use Commission, people said, well, I don't know if we want folks in Denver deciding, how to manage land throughout the state. But the part that did survive was the local land use control aspect of it. 1041 passed at the same time, generally, I think, as the Land Use Commission Act survived. And so what does areas and activities of state interest mean? Areas of state interest can mean things like mineral areas, hazard areas, maybe like avalanche zones or whatever, flood zones, excuse me, that have a significant impact upon historical, natural, or archaeological resources of statewide importance. Activities of state interest, there's a long list in the statute, but they include things such as construction of major new domestic water and sewage treatment facilities, construction of a major utilities by local entities or by public utilities. I did want to give a shout out to Nick and give kudos to Nick. When I first asked him to do this panel, I said, we have this annual seminar, and I know you've done this presentation on 1041, and some have seen that as a little bit of an attack on 1041 and its exercise over the years or how it's been implemented. We'd like you to come out and do, and I'm thinking of, you know, a sort of a balanced, fair and balanced presentation on the pros and cons of 1041. I didn't know that the title of the panel was going to be the importance of House Bill 74-1041 to West Slope water. So Nick, I hope you're prepared to, from the Denver water perspective, talk about how important 1041 is to the West Slope. I'll cut my comments short now. And I'm going to ask Barb and Nick to keep their comments and their presentation part as short as possible, as short as they possibly can, so that then we can have some Q&A and keep within our allotted time. It's one thing to push back lunch, as I did earlier today. It's another thing entirely to push back free beer on a Friday afternoon on the nice patio out there. So we're going to try to keep with the time. I'm going to ask Barb to go first. And you can either sit, Barb, and from the chair here, or stand up if you want, and talk about your experience with 1041, particularly on the West Slope, but throughout Colorado.
Hi, it's amazing that all of you are here after the introduction was 3 lawyers are going to come talk to you. It's like, thank you for that. I would like to talk, before we get into whether or not 1041 should or should not be used for water projects, I'd like to talk about how they have been used, and I'll try to talk really fast, so if I talk too fast, just tell me to slow down, because I'm a fast talker. Actually, it came about, you heard Paul Boucher talk about Grand County being the county that has had the most diversions come out of it. After these next 2 water projects that are teed up, I think almost 80% of the natural flows will be diverted to the Front Range. And that has enormous environmental, socioeconomic, agricultural impacts that county has experienced. Summit County's also experienced a lot, and Eagle County. So what happened in terms of 1041 being used for water projects was, first of all, as Peter said, the site selection of water and sewer projects and the efficient utilization of municipal water projects are designated by the legislature as activities of state interest that local governments can regulate through their permit process. So I don't know, I'm trying to think of the lore. Kathy, maybe you can help me here, but I think it was back in the mid-70s, maybe 76, 77, Denver Water unveiled its integrated resource management plan, or whatever it was called at the time, and it showed a map of Colorado and where they were going to get their water. And almost every single watershed in Grand, Eagle, and Summit counties was identified as where the water was going to come from to serve the growth and development on the Front Range. So a group of the elected officials in those counties, through the Council of Governments, Northwest Colorado Council of Governments, literally went around with a hat asking people to contribute to what became known as the Water Quality Quantity Fund in order to figure out a way to deal with what was going to be devastation to that part of the state. It was simultaneous with that part of the state's ski areas also growing rapidly. In 1974, they were very small, and they were all beginning to grow in that time of the 70s. And there was also this, people were preparing for Grand Junction to be the same size of Denver because of oil shale. So you had all of these forces coming at once with this target on that part of the state at the headwaters. And of course, if the water is taken out of the headwaters, it certainly doesn't get to Grand Junction. So it became a very critical issue very quickly. And the Eagle, Grand, and Summit counties drafted a set of regulations using the authority in House Bill 1041 as their basis. Before the ink was dry on those regulations, Denver Water chose to bring a facial challenge to the regulations, which is a facial challenge for non-lawyers means it hadn't been applied to anybody yet. And Denver Water said, House Bill 1041 has never been intended to be used for this purpose. You are wrong in trying to apply it to our water projects. We're a home rule city. Counties have no jurisdiction over home rule cities. It's unconstitutional because we have the right to divert water, and put together a series of arguments as to why it was the wrong thing at the wrong time to do. There were no discussions among the parties. There were no discussions with Grand County, Eagle County, Summit County, other than the paper back and forth. As a result of that case in 1989, the Colorado Supreme Court said that Denver Water was mistaken and that the purpose of 1041 was exactly for these kinds of projects, which are conducted in one part of the state but have impacts far beyond their region, and that was the point of it, and that local governments had the power to regulate the impacts of those projects through permits. The next time 1041 really came up was at the same time it was working its way through the courts, the Supreme Court. Aurora and Colorado Springs decided to pursue what was called the Homestake 2 project in the wilderness area, the Homestake Wilderness Area in Eagle County. And the attorneys at the time were so confident that Denver Water would win its facial challenge to 1041 and that 1041 would just go away, that they gave a very not very good application to the county commissioners in Eagle County, and they said, this is our project, this is where we're going to put it. We are not going to talk to you about other locations with less impacts, take it or leave it. So I think there were maybe 9 days of hearings on that with all kinds of witnesses, including people in Darth Vader suits coming, and it was really crazy. A crazy process, which may be your point, is it's a crazy process. But as a result of that, and I can say now against the advice of counsel, the Eagle County Commissioners found that the Homestake project as proposed by Aurora and Colorado Springs, remember they said we're not going to talk about changing it, we're not going to move it down any lower out of the fens, this is it, you're going to take it, or this is it. The county commissioners said, you have not satisfied our standards, including in particular the standard that was a standard that said no significant degradation to wetlands or other habitat, and that they failed to demonstrate that they would mitigate those impacts and hadn't satisfied the standards. One interesting part of the hearing was when the whole discussion of the wetlands was being discussed and the impacts to the wetlands. The issue was whether or not the mitigation proposed was adequate to take care of the impact to the wetlands. And the county had their witness on the stand, and she gave her presentation. She said, concrete troughs in the wetlands is not mitigation for impacts to wetlands. It's not going to work. And on cross-examination, the attorneys for Eagle County said, what exactly do you happen to know about these wetlands anyway, madam? And her response was, I named them. So there was a very good record when it went to the court that there was substantial evidence to support the denial of the permit. I think we all kind of thought that the court may say, oh, that's one step too far, a county can't be denying a permit like that. But it worked its way through the courts, and even a tangent of it went up to the United States Supreme Court. But through that case, the court was very clear, as long as a county doesn't draft some kind of regulation that prohibits trans-mountain diversions, as long as they're regulating the method and manner of diversion, and they're talking about the environmental and socioeconomic impacts of the diversion, and the applicant fails to satisfy the standards, it's like any other land use process. If you're going in for a PUD approval or a subdivision approval and you don't satisfy the standards, the county has the right to deny it, and that's not a taking if, in fact, the standards weren't satisfied. The third time relevant to our discussion today that 1041 was an issue was during the discussion of the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement, which is a whole other seminar that we don't need to get into here. But as part of that process, Grand County was facing 2 more water diversion projects, one from Northern and one from Denver. The Colorado River Cooperative Agreement was a negotiated settlement between the River District and 25 other West Slope parties about where and how Denver could use its water rights under their Blue River decrees. But also that covered whether or not Denver could proceed with what has been called the Moffett Expansion Project, or also the Gross Reservoir Project, however you look at it. And in that case, because of the 1041 regulations and knowing that 1041 applied to water projects, Grand County actually had a seat at the table. And earlier on, counties really weren't, or local governments generally, were not included in discussions like this on water resource management. So Grand County, for many, many reasons, decided that it was better to use this vehicle to negotiate mitigation for the impacts that would be felt from this Moffett expansion project, because the county was experiencing such devastated streams from existing diversions of Denver that were before there was ever a 1041. The only way that they could begin to address the existing conditions that were so terrible was to try to negotiate rather than apply the permit, because the permit process would not have been able to go back in time in the same way. So those were the way it was used, and I think it's very interesting. The third was the Windy Gap Firming Project, which didn't involve Denver. It was the Northern Water Conservancy District, and there the county and the district entered into a negotiated agreement that the Colorado River District helped with and the local entities, and through that process they came up with the idea of the connectivity channel that Paul Boucher talked about. They came up with a whole host of possible mitigation ideas because the ideas were coming from the local level rather than someone in their federal permit process saying, oh, I think we'll do this, I think we'll do that, to the federal government. And as a result of that, Grand County was able to issue a permit to Northern to proceed with their project, and as you heard, they are proceeding with it. And the county's position is that they will be better off with the project than before, simply because they were able to negotiate mitigation for pre-existing problems. So that's the fast.
That was a great,
Okay.
fast summary of how.
25 years, 30 years?
Yeah, a long time. Barb mentioned the Colorado River Cooperative Agreement negotiations and the Windy Gap Firming Project negotiations, both of which took many, many years and literally 100 or more meetings, if not, in the hundreds of meetings. And Barb and I was lucky enough to work really closely with Barb on both of those, along with a number of other attorneys and water policy folks in the room here today. And I was really happy and thankful to have Barb on our side on that. So that was.
I should have said the River District was a slow learner on 1041, but that's another conference.
That's probably true. And it's one of the things I want to talk about too, when we have enough, if we have time, and I hope we do, about how the 1041 has been used in the headwaters counties of the Colorado River Basin, like Barb was just explaining, and not so much historically in the western part of the River District's boundaries here in Mesa County and the other western parts of the River District, and compare that to some of the more rural agricultural counties in the lower Arkansas basin, like Pueblo, Crowley, Otero counties, where they have adopted 1041 regulations primarily to deal with the threat of buy and dry of agriculture. But before we get there, I want to give Nick some good time as well to talk about his perspective on 1041 and where he sees some of the potential overreach, maybe that's not the correct word, but carry on.
Thank you. And thank
I'm going to interrupt you once again. I feel like this is cheating, but I've been informed and assured that there's a full supply out there, so sorry. Carry on.
Thanks so much, and thanks to the River District and Peter for inviting me out to talk on this topic, which I find personally very interesting. And I do think that some of my remarks are relevant to the question that you posed, which is the importance of the 1041 law to Western Slope water. I think some of the things I have to say here today are definitely pertinent to that question. So first, very quick disclaimer, I'm here to speak from my own personal perspective. I'm not speaking on behalf of Denver Water and relaying any kind of official position. This is just my own personal opinion, and so please take it as that. And let me just start by saying very plainly that I personally support the 1041 laws goal of ensuring that local decision makers and communities are involved in permitting processes for projects that have statewide importance, but that also carry very significant and legitimate local impacts. And I support this goal specifically because I believe that we can get better, longer lasting results for the environment, for proposed projects, and for local communities by engaging in a dialogue about impacts and mitigation. My specific concern with the 1041 process is that it's not really well designed to foster this kind of dialogue. Too often, the 1041 process is viewed as providing a kind of political veto power over proposed projects, which is not what the law intends or permits. And this has led to what Colorado's water plan calls a broken permitting system that currently produces uncertainty and fosters mistrust among all stakeholders. So, if we want decisions made through the 1041 process to be viewed as legitimate and accepted by all stakeholders, which I would posit is what we need to have a robust 1041 system that can continue to play an important role for West Slope water into the future, then those decisions must be governed by what we call the rule of law, which is different than politics. And to achieve a permitting system that's governed by the rule of law, we need essentially two things. First, we need clear procedural safeguards that permitting entities, applicants, and the public all agree are fair. And I'm talking about basic things like defining limited time frames for review, integration with other permitting steps at the state and federal levels, steps and stages for public comment and response, appeal rights to impartial decision makers, and other basic rules consistent with due process of law. Second, we need standards of approval that are specific, fact-based, and narrowly tailored to the types of local impacts that may be caused by a particular category of project. And these standards of approval also need to be adopted through an open and inclusive rulemaking process that includes the community and potential project applicants. Now, I can tell you from the perspective of the regulated community that we are often falling short on these standards. And I believe, personally, that the reason why we're falling short is because the 1041 law was not originally designed to do what we're asking it to do today. So, many of you here may know that as originally conceived, the 1041 law was intended to expand the state's power to control local land use decisions on matters of state interest. It was originally, the genesis of this law was originally, it came from the American Law Institute's Model Land Development Code, the ALI, or American Law Institute, put forward essentially a model code that could be adopted by states and local jurisdictions across the country. And this model code was created during the era of regional planning, okay, where state and regional entities were trying to find a solution to control what they saw as the overdevelopment that was being permitted in rural and suburban areas. And so in order to achieve what was essentially the expansion of state participation in the control of local land use decisions, the model code, the idea was that the state would enact a law that would create a state land planning agency to designate areas and activities of state interest, provide local land development agencies with the power to decide whether to issue permits, but then subject those permitting decisions to appeal to a state land adjudicatory board, okay? Now in Colorado, this was 1974, and people didn't think this was a very good idea for the purposes that we have here in this state. And so what the legislature did through amendments to this model code is they redesigned it. Maybe that's too strong of a word. They basically flipped it around on its head. They took the state's role in the process out entirely, except for a nominal kind of advisory role for the Land Use Commission, which was ultimately abandoned after about a decade or two. And the law ended up delegating essential total authority to local entities to decide which areas of state interest they wanted to assert authority over, the processes and approval standards for permits in those areas, and there was no involvement or appeal to a state level board or commission anymore. So through these legislative changes to the model code that was developed by the ALI, the balance between the state and local authorities that the model code had contemplated was essentially removed. And this is how we got a law that places approval authority over areas and activities of state interest entirely in the hands of local decision makers. Now, I'm telling you this not to raise a debate about whether this was a good idea from a policy perspective, okay? I truly support involving local decision makers and communities in permitting projects that are important to the state, but that carry local impacts. It's just the right thing to do. I'm telling you this because it signals that the procedural safeguards and standards of approval were not and still have not been systematically constructed to ensure a fair process to everyone involved. Okay? This is in part, in my view, because even in those places, those local jurisdictions that have enacted 1041 authorities, they simply aren't exercised with sufficient regularity in any one place to refine the system. Okay, so to leave plenty of time for dialogue, as we kind of look to the 50th upcoming anniversary of this law, let me close with this idea. What if we came together as local permitting jurisdictions, state agencies, project applicants, and environmental advocates, and we put together a set of best practices for permitting processes and specific fact-based standards of approval for the various project types that are subject to 1041. If we could all agree on certain principles like this, and if local jurisdictions were to adopt them into their codes, would it make the 1041 permitting process less political? Would it increase trust and confidence in permitting outcomes? Would it more appropriately balance our needs to both protect the local environment that we love so much and meet the always changing economic and social needs of our state? I personally think it would, and it might be a way to start chipping away at the uncertainty and mistrust that the water plan identified back in 2015.
Well, thank you, Nick, and thanks for being brief on your comments. I know because I've seen your other presentation that goes into much more detail and history. It's all very interesting. I'm sure Barb will have a little bit of a counterpoint on history and how it's been applied from her perspective as well. I should note that your perspective maybe, and I don't want to put words in your mouth, but might be in part rooted in your recent history at Denver Water with the Denver Water Board's 1041 permit application to Boulder County for the Gross Reservoir enlargement, and there was a long, drawn-out process there that ended up resulting in a settlement. But I just note that just to put some context into it. And Barb, is there any point there that you wanted to respond to?
About Boulder? Or about
No, about Nick's presentation on.
Yeah, I do have a couple of things to say. The shortfalls that you alluded to or pinpointed seem to be problems that you've experienced, or not you, but Denver Water has experienced at the local level with a local government, which is the only local government where they've actually applied for a permit, because with respect to Grand County, Eagle County, Summit County, they chose instead to litigate right away. So there really wasn't any opportunity for conversation. They didn't submit comments on the regulations. And so in terms of how it's been implemented, in terms of the water world, it's been implemented once in Eagle County, and the court said there were sufficient safeguards, sufficient standards, the regulations were sufficient, the process was sufficient, and it was also implemented in Grand County, not with Denver Water, but with Northern, and that went fine, and Northern is digging away, and they have a project, and they're ready to go. So I think to imply or maybe even state that the process is broken because of struggles in one particular county may be opening a door to discussions that don't need to happen. And I also, I think I said in my initial remarks that but for 1041, the ideas that Paul Boucher talked about or the possible mitigation that Denver has agreed to with Grand County, which was based on the reality on the ground and talking to people on the ground, the learning by doing process, which is a process where they gather regularly, and instead of Denver Water and Northern saying, our only goal is to increase our firm yield, but instead to talk about the overall impacts to the area from which they're taking the water would have never occurred. So from our perception and perspective, there's nothing broken, there's nothing that needs to be fixed. And I also should say that local governments regularly conduct quasi-judicial hearings all the time. That's what they do every time they issue a land use permit. Some are better than others, some have better resources than others, but they're all well aware of what's required to have a fair hearing and a fair quasi-judicial process. To have a state agency of some kind or the state come down and legislate for them how to carry out their very fundamental local government authority to engage in quasi-judicial processes would be a really tall order in a local control state like Colorado.
Thanks, Barb. I want to leave some time for some audience questions. I have a couple of questions that I want to ask each of you to sort of maybe challenge your respective positions a little bit. And Barb, I'll start with you, and that is, is there a point at which local regulation in its exercise over matters of statewide importance does cross that line and becomes too much control over another entity's permit application that is covered in other permitting arenas?
Well, if you look at the original 1041 regulations that were first challenged by Denver Water, they tried as closely as possible when you look at them to replicate the kinds of 404B1 considerations that one would have to take into account if somebody was doing a water project where you were actually constructing something and had disposal of dredge or fill, so if you were building a dam, for example, and followed a lot of what NEPA would require, with the idea that they would have complementary regulatory authority where an applicant, and this is true and it happened with Northern by the time we had worked through an agreement before their application, the county worked with them to ensure that they didn't have to duplicate any efforts. And they said, if you've already covered this for purposes of your federal permits, we'll take that information and we'll look at it, and then we'll just ask you to ratchet it down to a local, more refined level. So I think that there is a huge opportunity and a necessity for an applicant for a permit to come to the local government early on, hopefully before they even get involved in their 404 permitting or any of the other federal permitting, and say, hey, this is what we want to do. What are your concerns here? How can we create a system together where we have complementary permitting? Nobody wants redundancy. Nobody wants to read the same stuff over and over again. So I think that kind of process is absolutely necessary, and we try to urge any of our clients to enter into those processes, but it takes a willing applicant to get there. And again, I'm just say that to me, those discussions belong between a permitting entity and an applicant, not with the state of Colorado.
And thank you, Barb. And Nick, the Denver Water that applied to Boulder County for the 1041 permit for the gross reservoir enlargement was not the same Denver Water that challenged on the facial basis the 1041 regs when they were first adopted decades ago. They did come to the county. They tried to work with Boulder County, but at some point, I guess it wasn't working out for whatever reasons. I know there's a lot of history there. But Denver, and correct me where I'm wrong here, but Denver took the position when it finally came time to say, we give up, we've tried to work with Boulder County, took the position that Boulder County's entire 1041 process was completely preempted by the Federal Energy Regulatory Commission, FERC, authority over the licensing and permitting of the gross reservoir enlargement. And I think there's even some recitation about that in the settlement agreement with Boulder County that they ended up settling on. And so my question to you is, would other federal actions by other federal agencies, such as a Clean Water Act, Section 404 permit, or something of that nature, a Forest Service FLIPMA permit, would that also be operate as a federal preemption over a local 1041 permitting authority? And if so, then what would be the purpose of 1041?
Sure. Before I answer the technical legal aspects of your question, which I think are a good one, I do want to step back and just say, I totally agree that holding up the process with Grand County as an example of how 1041 can work well is completely accurate. And Denver Water participated in that process with Grand County to formulate the learning by doing mitigation measures that I think we heard in the last panel have actually been working very well. And I think that's emblematic of how it can go right. But as you said, Barb, you need a willing applicant. You also need a willing local jurisdiction to get to that level. And part of what I was highlighting with my first kind of comments here was that there's a large part of the process that's built into the 1041 law and the implementing codes at the local levels that should the local jurisdiction decide to dig in its heels and for political reasons just decide, hey, there's no way we're going to let this thing move forward. It's very hard as an applicant to have that dialogue because you're up against a wall. And that brings us to Boulder. Your question about preemption, the standards are very different. The standards for preemption can vary greatly between federal statutes. And the particular federal statute that we were talking about with respect to the Gross Reservoir Expansion Project has to do with FERC's authority to regulate hydroelectric power production, which is an area in which has long been held to be where the federal government has paramount and plenary authority over the regulation of hydropower projects. The Bureau of Land Management and the Forest Service and other federal land management agencies that operate under multiple use principles in their organic acts is a completely different preemption analysis than it was with FERC. And there you need to look to a case called Granite Rock, which is a Supreme Court case which basically made clear that the federal government and state and local governments have concurrent regulatory authority over land management issues. Now, there's a lot of interesting text in that case about the distinction between land use and environmental regulation, and what is the difference between land use regulation and environmental regulation. And a lot of those principles, since Granite Rock came down decades ago, really haven't been litigated since in a manner that have fleshed them out in a way that's helpful. But I think what you need to understand walking away from this is that if a local jurisdiction were to try to use the 1041 law to veto a project, again, that's not only is it inconsistent with the original intent and language of the 1041 law itself, but it would also run into a preemption roadblock with even under the Granite Rock test, because that would be viewed as more of a total ban on a type of activity or project, whereas legitimate environmental regulation of the type that Barb was mentioning, you're looking at the impacts, you're looking at what mitigation is available, you're looking at alternatives, and trying to find a path forward that addresses all of these issues in a way that's workable. That type of regulation certainly would not be preempted under Granite Rock, and so it's kind of you've got to look to the application and how the authority is being exercised.
Thanks. I would just probably note that the extent to which the regulation is being applied in a way that is legitimate and addressing, concerns in a fair and balanced process versus being used as a veto, a de facto veto, is probably in the eye of the beholder, and the ultimate question is then, well, then who makes that decision? We've already pushed the time a little bit. There seems to be a fair amount of agreement between Barb and Nick, although I have a sense that they completely disagree with each other still. But I'll open it to, I think we have time for one or two really short questions. And I know we're pushing the time a bit already. Any questions? There's one back here.
Review or update of 1041 powers by a local authority, which in this context I take to mean that Denver Water would appreciate having a seat at the table in some update of a West Slope community's review of 1041. And I think that's curious. I think there are probably a lot of West Slope elected officials that would enjoy having a seat at the table in a land use code update on the Front Range, as land use decisions on the Front Range impact West Slope community. So I'm just curious to hear how you kind of comport those two ideas. I expect you wouldn't be in favor of the second.
Well, I think that if you'd like to show up to a land use code hearing in the Front Range, you're perfectly welcome to, just as I'm sure Denver Water would be perfectly welcome to show up to any kind of local proceeding about local 1041 regulation implementation. The broader point that I'm trying to make is that again, these 1041 processes, they happen relatively infrequently. If you look at any given location on the map across the state, predicting when and where the next big controversial 1041 process is going to be. I think we have a few ideas on the when it comes to water projects, but keep in mind this is a statute that doesn't just apply to water projects. It also applies to public utility issues. It applies to a whole host of issues that come up at the local level. But there's a recently a research project that came out of the Division of Local Affairs that noted that even among the counties that have enacted 1041 regulations, there are many that have never even used them, right? And it's because these are relatively one-off type of proceedings. So for regulated entities that might have a project that would come up in a given jurisdiction, to have the foresight to know that 15 years down the line, I may be affected by decisions that are being written into a local code. I mean, it's not a workable answer, right? It's not a workable way to inform the process. And so what I was suggesting was, if you look at, for example, state regulatory agencies and how they function through the State Administrative Procedure Act, right? It's a very robust procedure. There are long and extensive stakeholder processes that I think both the state and the regulated community appreciate the value in coming together in advance to make sure that the processes and the approval standards are designed in a way that makes sense to everyone involved. And if we could have a similar type of process, now I recognize this is hard because we're talking about codes across the state. If we could have a process where we could get together and discuss best practices, and still obviously this is a matter for each individual jurisdiction to decide whether they want to adopt certain best practices or not. But if we could have a more global conversation about how this statute is being implemented across the state and put together some standards that we all agree are in our collective best interest to make sure we're producing good decisions, robust, defensible, good decisions that serve the ideals of the rule of law, which I know we all care deeply about, you know, that's the type of process that I'm suggesting.
Thanks, Nick, and thanks for the question. I'm assuming that that you know, part of the counter response to that as well, you know, the decisions that have been made are supportable, and if they're not, they can be challenged in court, and the court can then decide was supportable or not. We have time for one more question. I'm going to give it to Kathy Chandler Henrys, Eagle County Commissioner and the Vice President of the Colorado River District, and Q2 as well.
Thank you for your comments, and thanks for being here at this end panel of the day. This is such a critical issue for us in Eagle County, and in fact in all the headwaters counties. And I would take issue that it is rarely used. We use 1041 on a very regular basis. Any project that comes before us in our quasi-judicial capacity that includes delivering water to 6 or more households triggers a 1041 review. We have very robust standards. There are 27 of them. We're in the process of looking through those to really tie them through the state of the river and the desired state of the river to be able to provide water into the future in Eagle County. So I don't think there's anything political about that. It's based on land use decisions. And I just wondered, Barbara, if you could talk a little bit about the work you've done with sending basins and receiving basins. And I think some of the things, Nick, that you were asking for, QQ and others have been working on. Like, what are the impacts in the basins on these big projects that are transbound diversions that also trigger 1041? But it's nothing rare in Eagle County and in other headwaters county. We use those a lot.
No, and we're in the process of working on a project through the Northwest Colorado Council of Governments Quality Quantity Committee that still exists, that was put together to defend so long ago. And I'm looking at these 5 major water transfer projects. The River District is a partner in this together with the Sonoran Institute to see what was in common and what wasn't about the different processes. And it's unfortunate that 1041 has come to be known as something that the headwaters use to stop water projects, because it's also used out in Otero County and Bent County. Peter mentioned that. On buy and dry issues. And every other developer that comes to a local government, every other developer, in some places, even probably Boulder County, if you want to expand your barn, you go through a local process, a local quasi-judicial process with hearings where the applicant puts on his case, where the evidence is heard, a decision is made according to standards, and if it's not made correctly, there's an expedited review process called a 106 process where you go to court and the developer or the applicant can challenge it. The problem has been with well-meaning critiques of 1041, and I mean that seriously. It's so outside of the way local governments do business. I can't imagine the city and county of Denver going, oh yeah, you know, let's let the state tell us how we assign standards for our PUD applicants or for our special use permits. It's just, this is a land use act. And what water diversion projects and water transfer projects do is they irrevocably change the character and use of the land. Therefore, they should go through the same kind of local process. It's impossible to explain to a citizen in a community, I know you can come and comment on the barn, but sorry, this big water project that's going to suck the river dry, you have no say over. It's just a difference in view, and it goes back to underscore this lack of integration in Colorado between land use planning and water planning, which I have to say is a whole nother piece to it, because the fact that we have all of these shortages that we've talked about all day in the Colorado Basin has to do, of course, with the change in the climate. but it's also unbridled growth and development. So the decisions that land use entities are making, for example, on the Front Range of Denver, in Aurora and Colorado Springs, have huge effects on areas outside of where they're making those decisions. There's no other authority available to counties under the law to take into account and require mitigation of those impacts of decisions made by somebody else, and it affects their land use and their future. So, but for 1041, I wouldn't even be sitting up here today in this whole discussion of what we need to do to deal with the drought and to come up with risk management. Local governments have got to be part of that conversation. People said today, I remember the tribal people, the agriculturists talking about, the people that live with these problems need to be part of the discussion. They're not purely theoretical. So I would urge everybody here to learn more about 1041 and 1041 processes and think of it from that perspective. Thank you.
Thank you, Barb. Did they cut my mic? No. Okay. They haven't pulled the plug quite yet. Yeah. So, you know, I just feel like we could continue this discussion as well, you know, if we had another day to talk about it. It's been great. I hope when you join me in thanking Barb and Nick, thank you both, that you also thank all of the panelists and guest speakers that we had today. Thank the River District staff that helped put this, or, you know, put the whole thing together, frankly, and it went off great, I believe. And so thank you for attending. I really, really appreciate it. We all do at the River District. Do you have last words? Okay.
I just want to echo what Peter said. Thank you all for being here, panelists who've come from near and far. We had people traveling a long way. Thank you for the staff. This is a real team-building activity to pull this event off. Thank you to our River District board members who are here today. Thank you to Palisade Brewing and American Rivers for sponsoring the happy hour. Just to clarify, those beverages by Palisade and all of the wine are complimentary. There are other beverage choices available as a cash bar.
Thank you all so much for being here today. To our virtual audience, thank you for listening as well. Unfortunately, you won't be able to join us at the happy hour, so we're going to shut that down, and we're going to get everyone next door. So thank you all so much again. We really appreciate it.